Oh boy. Is that you, John Wayne? Or is it me? Well, folks, it is 8 o'clock p.m. Y'all know what time it is. It is Earl Grey Tuesday. Once again, it's me. It's that VINCE. And let me tell you, I didn't think I was going to make it in time for the show tonight. I had just got home about 40 minutes ago. So that's why I didn't put anything up at the time. Because I was probably going to do a 9 to 1 a.m. show. But that's why nothing was up. I was entertaining a friend the other day. So that friend I had to drop off. I am not Richard's uncle. I am his cousin. So I had to drive all the way out to Simpsonville. Then I went to Sam's Club. The power went out there. So I could not get any refrigerated or frozen goods. Gas was okay, of course. But I had a lot of errands. No, not boyfriend. A gentleman's way of saying that you're having relations is entertaining a friend. Not anything crude or anything. You have to be as I stated, I am a gentleman, So whenever someone asks you something like that, you just say that you're entertaining a friend and leave it at that. If you also don't say something like, I'm having beer and alcohol and stuff like that. What you would say is you're having cordials. Very simple. Alright? Very simple. But that's the reason why I was running a bit late. So I'll need to clean up the house naturally. And the sheets. But other than that, hope everybody's well tonight. As of course I have, this time it is Earl Grey Tuesday. I have my Earl Grey. Have a nice Nicaraguan cigar. I actually have Crystal soda drink in this here. Because I was out driving and I got a little dehydrated. And of course I got water, so. Well, that guy, like I said, I was entertaining a person, so. Anyway, it was a very delightful time, I was going to go and pick up some stuff. You see, they got a nice little restaurant in downtown Greenville called the Maple Biscuit Company. They have awesome biscuits, apple butter and everything, and some goat cheese. So I had that ordered, and they left out my freaking goat cheese. You know, coffee turned out well. I used the Black Pioneer Gold coffee. So, very delightful breakfast. So. Hey, Matt C. Is that really you, Matt? I hope you're well. Magnus, Lionheart. Hey, Jolton. Put community post up. I've already put up the community post. Like I said, I was running late. I didn't know whether I would make it back by 8 o'clock tonight. Yeah, they put a little cayenne pepper in it, so it's nice and little spicy and everything. Kalora does not live in Greenville. Yes, they left out the goat cheese. How about that? I was highly upset. You know. But, you know, what it is what it is. You know. But no espresso today. We had drip coffee. But also I woke up at, let's see, what time did I wake up this afternoon? I think I woke up around 2 or 3 p.m. And everything. So that's why I was running late too. So, yeah, I didn't wake up till 3 p.m. Anyway, what are you guys drinking or smoking? Oh, wait a minute. I almost forgot. Before I begin, folks, John Bravo told me about an incident where someone impersonating me went into Jerry Ward's wife's YouTube channel where his wife has been posting videos and basically impersonated me. Folks, that ain't cool, okay? That ain't cool. I mean, I got a lot of flack for that. She was highly upset. She was very highly upset at me. And John Bravo went and told me about it. And I told her, I was a little bit indisposed at the time. Because like I said, I was entertaining a friend. I'm not even subscribed to Jerry's channel to begin with. Oh, we shall check it out later on. And see what went on. I'm not sure if she's doing live streams or not. Yeah, Joseph, they left out my goat cheese. Yeah, folks, I know y'all are trolling and everything, but don't do some shit like that. That gets me in trouble. If you want to put my name up there, put in parentheses parody or something, you know. I mean, I don't care if y'all do it on somebody else's channel or so forth, but not on the channel to where, you know, the channel creators passed away and the person's wife is actually posting, you know. That's not cool. That's the problem I have with it. Y'all can do it on any other channel, but if the person who had the channel passed away and the person is trying to keep it alive and posting some memories about someone and you go and do that, that's fucked up, you know. That's something that Vegan Gains would do. My cousin would do.
I said check 2 a.m. vegan community post.
Booty come with a $2 donation. Let's see what we got here. We'll play Sean G's video in just a minute. You know, I've not heard that name 2 a.m. vegan in quite some time. You know, that person actually gets on my nerves sometimes. But let's see what she's got to say. That's me? What you mean by that?
Hey guys, As you may know, I did a TEDx talk in the summer about my experience with the lion diet.
All right. As some of you have noticed, I have not been posting any clips from Vegan Gains' live stream for some time now. The reason is because I do not agree with his views on virtually anything, to be honest, and I am no longer following his channel. I just want to make it official and to let you know in case anyone is wondering. As for the future of the channel, I am not sure. Perhaps I will try something different on the topic of and in support of veganism. I have a few ideas cooking. I do know that I want to do editing jobs for other vegan content creators, so we'll see. I'd also like to take the opportunity to apologize for some of the content that should have never been shared. That's all I have to say. Well, that's pretty interesting. You guys remember what I said when she started posting, or he or she or whatever pronoun this person uses? Remember what I said a long time ago, that this person didn't give a shit about Vegan Gains' channel, and that all that person wanted to do was make a little bit of YouTube revenue? Y'all remember that, don't you? And me and Richard actually argued on the live stream about it, you know. But look what this I didn't expect this person to say it, but she's admitting to everything that I had said in the very beginning, folks. We had cranberry mimosas, Joseph. I only had one Yuling left, and I didn't feel like going to the Thomas Creek Brewery. Oh, Vegan Gains that commented. Matt, me and Vegan Gains have argued on the ethics of veganism like 4 or 5 times. You gotta keep up with things there, brother. So let's check the comments. But folks, I didn't expect that person to say it, but she's finally admitting to exactly what I said a long time ago. I'll need to make a video about that tomorrow, actually. That's a good idea. Let me put a... I put a message up there, but Richard should have listened to me. Like I said, folks, Richard has a popular channel. He still has over 100,000. So people are going to copy some of his live streams just in order to get the YouTube revenue. I'm just keeping it real and telling it to you like it is. See, she was making about, at the time, $200 to $300 a month, you know. I kid you not, because of all the views that person was getting. The video reviews will start at 8:30. When I light the cigar, that's when it'll start. Well, Matt, I'm his cousin. We're family. But he doesn't always speak friendly to me, so, I mean, yeah. What happened? What happened? Who said this to you? Well, someone went and impersonated me on Jerry Ward's channel and said some pretty horrible things, and John Bravo got back in touch with me. You know, don't go and comment using my name on a dead person's live stream. You know, that's fucked up, people. That's unacceptable. Y'all can impersonate me on any other regular channel that's still actively running, but don't post it on some deceased person's channel. That's not cool. Shouldn't be posting stuff like that at all. Do I know the company your cuz used for this channel? Hey, Pugman, what's up? I hope you're doing well. Richard has never told me what company he uses for his channel. It's probably one of the major ones, I can guess. But I've asked him that before, and he's never said anything to me about what channel he said. But like I said, like I told Richard before, I told him I didn't think this person would admit to it, you know. I didn't think this person would admit to it. But y'all remember 6 months ago that I already told Richard, look, this person doesn't give a rat's ass about you. He just wants to make money. That's it. I mean, I knew the person's game all along. I knew it, you know. As PJ Braun said, he's a fake and a phony. A fake and a phony. Oh, by the way, folks, PJ should be getting out pretty soon, from what I understand. If not out already. Oh, wait a minute. He did get out. I'm thinking somebody else. Another friend of mine was supposed to be getting out soon. PJ's been out for a while, actually. My mistake. Well, Andrew, I don't know who impersonated me. You know, I really don't. But it was kind of fucked up doing it, you know. Like I said, if people impersonate me on regular active channels, fine with me on that. Don't do it on a dead person's channel, you know. But I'm glad John Bravo told me about it. Just remember my old saying, if it bends, it's funny. If it breaks, it's not funny, you know? But what else has happened? Oh, yeah, folks, if you're... Stay tuned to the news, because either today or tomorrow, Trump is going to be in... Well, President Trump is going to be indicted again by Georgia. So he's going to have to go down there. And Georgia's a little bit different. President Trump is going to be fingerprinted, and he's going to get a mugshot, folks. He's going to be fingerprinted. He's going to get a mugshot, you know. So get ready. John may be a professional troll, but he's my pal too, you know. He's a good guy, you know. He's a good guy. I mean, he's Big Rob Fitness's mortal enemy, so. Should be called Early Gray Tuesday with all the smoking and doping going on. Well, we all got to go one day. You know, that's kind of surprising that Richard made a response like that. Feel free to debate me anytime. That's crazy. Like I said, folks, some people just want to make money off of others here. You know, they're just dirtbags. Will they find... No, there's no way to find out who did that, you know. Of course, I have to put it out publicly just to let her know that that was not me. I'm going to try to reach out to her via Facebook and stuff and try to speak with Jerry's wife. I mean, Jerry's wife already don't like me too much, but I still have to let her know that I had nothing to do with that. So, yeah. But John Bravo is going to reach out to her anyway, so... I That's good crystal stuff. Yes, indeed. I am so tired. All this driving and relations and everything like that. I'm worn out. Like I said, I didn't wake up until 3 p.m. That's how tired I was. I needed about 9 hours of good sleep. So, or maybe, how many hours I sleep? I slept about at least 11 hours. Well, people just see you have to understand her wife is not akin to everything that goes on YouTube. So she obviously didn't click on it, but it doesn't matter. It's not her fault, She sees everyone that sees the name Vince Goodrum, they're gonna, stuff. But yeah, John's gonna get it smoothed over, but I'm gonna let her. I think it's better if I let her know that I had nothing to do with whatever was put up there. I don't even know really what was said. I'll have to ask John Bravo as far as to what exactly was said. I do know it was not good whatsoever. No, I don't think it was Jasmine. Nah. Wasn't her at all. By the way, anyone here have seen the Barbie movie? If not, you can leave the channel. Just joking. I mean, if you got kids, it's perfectly fine to go see the Barbie movie and stuff like that. You should be seeing Oppenheimer instead. I'm gonna go out to the movies probably this weekend and watch Oppenheimer. But no Barbie. No Barbie. Sorry, no Barbie. Oh yeah, I watched the Hall of Fame game. But yeah, football's going to start in 20 days, so I'm very pleased, preseason and all. Can't wait to see what they're going to do this year. A lot of people are currently out, so that's the way it is sometimes. Oh boy. But yeah, Trump is going to have a mugshot there. Definitely not good. And the Democrats are going to take full advantage. They're going to take the opportunity to ridicule they'll take plenty of opportunity to ridicule him. So, but you know what? No matter what they do, he's still at the top of the polls. DeSantis cannot beat him. Pence is hardly polling anywhere. Nikki Haley is not making any ground or anything. Nobody's making ground. Hey, Athens, what's up? 35-minute mark, 45-minute, only 10 minutes. Okay. Let's go to 35. Ooh. we'll turn this up and...
I don't know why I look like this at 54. Why? For what? For what? For what? Why I look like this? I don't know why I look like this. I don't know why I'm in this kind of shape.
Oh, great. Once again, bragging about his physique. He needs to really humble himself. Yes, Matt, he is my cousin.
I don't know why right now I could do 101 burpees and then follow that up. Let me get these people, man. I'm tired of this shit, man. I'm tired of this shit. All you fake ass YouTubers and Instagram talking about working out, and all you showing is goddamn Instagram clips of a couple reps. Where the sets at? Where the whole sets at? God damn it, right now I'll give you 101 burpees straight with 2 push-ups in every one, and then do 500 push-ups right behind that. No rest. Where your routines at? Where your routines at? Fake ass. Editing your videos. Putting music on them and all that. Where they do that at? Where you do that at? You understand? See, in the feds, you couldn't edit a motherfucking thing. It was a bunch of niggas around, white boys over there, Asians, Spanish niggas over there. You understand? You had to work out and show and prove, and niggas sit there and count your reps. 23, 24, 25. Hold up, I'm counting. 26. Wait a minute. 27, 28. I'll be there in a minute. 29, 30. Yeah. All you fake ass YouTubers, fake Instagram, I don't respect none of y'all. None of y'all. I do the whole
Cocaine is one hell of a drug, isn't it?
whole routine. That's why I look like this. That's why I look good like this. I don't know why I look this good. Goddamn, no medication, no supplements, no goddamn problems, no health problems whatsoever. No doctor visits, no goddamn, I don't go to Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, no pharmacy, and fill no prescription. I don't fill no prescription.
That's not a good thing, saying that. Now, Sean G is in his 50s. So, there's 2 problems with it. One, he's a Negro like myself. He should be on high blood pressure meds, clearly. Especially with the food he eats. He should be on high blood pressure meds. He should also be taking Thorazide as well. Thorazide and stuff. So he needs to be on Thorazide for high blood pressure. He's in shape so he doesn't have to worry about diabetes. But he's going to have high blood pressure and he's going to have a high percentage of cholesterol. I mean, just look at the food that he actually eats. It's horrible. Now, I've always had the principle, folks, that when it's your time to go, it's your time to go. You have to enjoy life as best as you can. But at the same time, when you have that mentality to where I'm not going to take any meds, that means you're not going to take any meds even when you are sick, He's going to get in the mentality, when someone says, I don't take meds, that means they're not going to take meds even if they have a serious issue.
The only prescription I feel is self-love. The only prescription I feel is self-acceptance. The only prescription I feel is self-approval. The only prescription I feel is self-love. Another prescription I feel is high self-perception. The other prescription I feel is self-esteem. I put all that up, I mix all that up, and then the prescription is self-confidence. You understand? That's all I do. Go to sleep, eat clean, mind my business, stay away from the suckers. Go to work, work out, eat clean, stay away from the suckers, mind my business. Go to work, eat clean, work out, stay away from the suckers, mind my business, eat clean. That's all I do. That's all I do. That's all I do. That's all I do. You understand? Tired of this shit. Fake ass life. Fake life. Fake life. Goddamn, I don't know why I look like this. Goddamn, this is 9 years of working out, over goddamn 1,000,000 push-ups. I've been working out like...
I've done way more push-ups than 1,000,000. You're not impressing anyone. You know, one time during my very short stint in the Army, there was a guy by the name of Thaddeus Bechtel, a Jewish person, an asshole of one, you know. Anyway, we were doing a 2-mile hike. We had about 100 pounds of equipment in the rucksack, and we had just got done with the hike. And of course, the drill sergeants was checking the bags. This was basic training, folks. They checked the bag. They found that he took some cookies out of the lunchroom. So the sergeants came up with a good punishment. That's right, she made us do 1,000 push-ups with our rucksacks on. Literally. 1,000 push-ups with our rucksacks on. So subsequently, and I'm not joking about this, folks. I've never told this story before, but I'm going to do it now. Subsequently, if you guys have seen Full Metal Jacket, when Private Pyle eats those donuts, you know what happens at night, right? And that's exactly what happened. I don't know what happened to Thaddeus Bechtel. He was still an asshole creep, you know. I was already out of basic training. He managed to get through it, but I guarantee he didn't retire from it. He probably fucked up again, you know. But that's the story there. So, thought I'd bring that up. But I've done millions of push-ups, folks. That's nothing.
This for 9 years. For 9 years straight. Since 2014. Dedicated.
Also, only 9 years. I've been training since I was 16. So, yeah. Not much time.
Consistent. Focused. Determined. Discipline. Fortitude. Perseverance. All these principles that you don't know nothing about. You want to go buy this shit. You want to buy supplements. You want to get an ab thing, put batteries in it, and it shake your stomach to give you abs. You want to go get chest implants and goddamn arm implants. All that old fake ass shit. No, I don't respect it. I've been working out goddamn damn near every day for 9 straight years. That's why I look like this. No erectile dysfunction. Dick work perfect. Dick work perfect. 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 Read books. Take care of my son. That's it. Eat clean. Go to sleep. Wake up. Take care of my son. Read books. Eat clean. Go to sleep. Work out. Same shit over and over and over every day. Every day. I don't never stop. I don't never stop.
Oh, I almost forgot, folks. The live stream will run till 12:30 tonight. I have a special presentation for you.
Karen Kennedy, what's up, man? Thank you for your support of the platform, man. You understand? You see it right here. You understand? It's all I do. I don't lift no weights. I don't lift no weights.
Yes, I can definitely tell you don't lift any weights and all you do is calisthenics.
I don't lift no weights. Straight pull-up bar. Hey! 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 Goddamn nigga in excellent shape. I'm in excellent condition. Excellent. Nigga.
I think PJ's out, actually, KCB. I could be wrong. But I think he's actually out.
Lean. Nigga lean. Look at that. Nigga lean, man. Lean.
But you have to remember, him and Aaron had a 4-year sentence. I have no idea how Aaron got out, you know. But you know what they say. But you have to remember also, PJ already had a previous felony conviction for steroids. So this The difference is it was Aaron's first offense. It was PJ's second offense. So that's probably why they're making him stay longer.
Lean, man. I'm lean, man. I'm lean. I'm lean. I don't smoke no cigarettes. I don't smoke cigars. I don't smoke.
You don't smoke cigars? Aw, that's too bad.
Weed. Definitely don't smoke no weed. Don't smoke no weed. Don't.
What Sean G doesn't get is, while he doesn't smoke cigars, he eats some of the most fattiest foods out. He eats out all the time. Just imagine how much sodium, how much gristle, how much cholesterol that he's getting into his body, you know. So, I mean, that's it, you know, heart disease will kill you quicker than lung cancer. So, but like I said before, when it's your time to go, it's time to go.
Drink. I never pollute my body. I never pollute my body. Never Sean G gonna pollute his body. I'm clean. 32 years. What is this? October, August? 32 years, 9 months, and 22 days. 32 years, 9 months, and 22 days clean. Drug and alcohol free. No weed. I don't smoke no weed, man. Never that. No. 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 Go over there. Y'all smoke weed over there? Yeah, go over there by them. They smoke over there. You see them over there? They all bumping into each other. Big plume of smoke over there. They right there. Go over there. Don't you?
What you need to do is mind your own damn business, because when you're pointing over at a group of people, you have no idea who they are. They can go and just whip out the Roscoes and just go shoot in your direction. People crazy these days. Did you hear about this guy was complaining about the noise from a kid, pulls out a gun and shoots the little girl, kills her. Dad goes and tackles him. He shoots him in the head. He's in critical condition. That's how people are crazy these days, you know. And especially in the neighborhood he's in, he shouldn't be screwing around with stuff like that.
Use no drugs, man. No drugs, man. United States of America is not gonna goddamn get it.
You haven't missed much, Serratus. We're running it until 12:30 tonight because I got a presentation to give you guys.
In my brain and have me go against me and destroy me so they can enslave me. Never that. Never that. Never that. Already got the wrong skin tone for America anyway, so I'ma have the wrong skin tone.
Wrong skin tone? That's the... You guys know my opinion about things. You're in America. We have freedom. We have rights. You have the right. You can make as much money in this country as possible, or as little. It's all about work, you know. Is there racism? Yeah, but it doesn't affect your financial condition. The way you fight racism is simply get rich, you know, make money, you know. That way you can move to where you want to move like I did. You know, I bought a house and I moved out to Piedmont. It's nice and peaceful and quiet. I don't have to live with the urban people anymore. You know, you make decisions in life.
You know, I'm already starting off, you understand, in the back of the bus. Then I'm going to go ahead and put some liquor and some weed and some drugs in me and then push myself goddamn 3 blocks away. No. 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 I'm not gonna do that. 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 Park full, man. Parking lot full, man. Parking lot full. Parking lot full. No TRT, no HGH, no steroids, no none of that. Nothing, man. Goddamn slave genetics, man. Foundational Black American slave genetics. Look at that light beaming behind me, got me looking like I'm coming out of the sky.
We're gonna run into 45 minutes.
Yeah. Anyway, man. Anyway, tired of talking to y'all anyway. Now, what about that? Tired of talking to y'all anyway. Yo, go on my website and buy my book. Hurry up. Go right now. Go right now and get a book. They $50. Hurry up. I wrote the book myself. Published it myself.
I mean, he's free to charge whatever he wishes to charge for his book. But I'll be damned if I pay $50 for an ebook. Fuck that.
Ain't nobody help me. I don't
Especially from someone like him.
need help like you. You need assistance. Ma, could you help me? Could you help me? Government, you need public assistance. You need welfare, food stamps, goddamn wheelchair, cane. You need all kind of assistance. I did that shit by myself. I don't want your help. Help yourself. I got mine. Don't worry about me. Help yourself. Help yourself. Go buy my book. Hurry up. God bless
you.
me. God bless me.
Goodbye. I think we've had enough of Sean G. Alright, next video. But yeah, him saying that he doesn't smoke weed or do cigars, it doesn't really matter. He has a very unhealthy diet, you know. We all have our vices. But don't go and think that just because you don't take any medicine, not taking any prescription medicines is not good for a black man his age. It really isn't. It's a very bad idea. Alright, let's check out this Wes Watson video.
Coast to coast, motherfucker, number 8. What you got? Come on now.
Why is he wearing sunglasses in the gym? Why is he... I mean, who does he think he is? This ain't blood in or blood out. I mean, who does he think he is? I want my chop porco. Hold on a minute. What was that again? Andy Poe. This guy is Yakuza. What the f... Folks, this guy is... I believe this guy is Yakuza. Just judging by his tattoos. Well, that guy definitely wouldn't mess with the Andy Poe guy if he's Yakuza. The Great One is scared of Yakuza. Did you hear me? I'm scared of Yakuza. That's a whole nother level I don't want to mess with. If he's part of the Yakuza, I ain't fucking with him, you know? Even when I was in detention centers, I didn't fuck with people like that, you know? I let them do their thing, you know? Well, that guy, if Yakuza is like MS-13. If they want you dead, they'll have you dead, you know. They're not none of these fake gangsters, you know. Well, they can be, well, he could still be part of that Ancient One. You could be white and be in the Yakuza. You know, it's primarily Japanese, but there's, just because he's Vietnamese doesn't mean he couldn't be. I'm just looking at the tattoos. I said it was possible that he could be Yakuza.
3.
But you don't have to be Japanese to be Yakuza.
4. 5. 1.
I bet you guys didn't know this, but there are white people that are in the Bloods gang. There's also white people that are in the Crips. It's not a race thing in some gangs. And on very rare occasions, they let other races join.
Biggest problem is what you pussies call a problem.
One, two.
You guys call it a problem. Well, you have mistaken. You have adversity mistaken for not getting your fucking way. The only way you get your way in this life right here on the street is to make your fucking way. Do you think anybody gave me shit? Do you think anyone gave me fucking shit? No! Do you get this? You guys are causing problems about the exact thing that's gonna strengthen you.
So, you guys know what time it is. Ain't no playing around. Ain't no sitting in the sidelines. You guys want to better yourself. You guys got to surround yourself. Individuals that have it, been there, done that. That's what's going to get you to where you guys think is not possible. Let's go.
This is what it's about right here. It's just like being busted. Natural environment, my habitat right here. Once I get in right here around other people that want it, I get locked and loaded. Like being. It's like something I can't even explain. This right here is just discipline. It's just self-motivating to see other people that want it as much as you. Let's fucking go, triple OG. That's my Instagram, follow me. You guys are gonna fucking fall in love with my page, I'm telling you that. This is what it's about, discipline. Just fucking get it.
8, 9, 10.
Made motherfucking millionaires.
Now, they are doing prison workouts. Prison workouts do work. So, Wes Watson is is training people with what he knows.
Off a $7,500 investment. One of my guys invested $7,500 one time. Now he makes $300,000 a month. I got plenty of guys that invested small amounts, 4 figures, to now make 5 and 6 figures monthly. You fucking weirdos don't realize the fucking path I'm giving you? You don't fucking realize it? Your stupid parents told you to go to college and pay X amount and give X amount of time to work a job you don't like and make way less, have a way less significant life with way less impact. And you listen to them, you fucking idiots. And then you text me.
Andy Poe's a tattoo artist? Okay, I got it. Well, like I said if he was, but okay. Tattoo artist, I can see it. Normally, Asians don't have tattoos for the most part. It's very rare to see one. Most of them like to keep their skin clean. They may have like little tiny ones here, but the Asian culture is not much on tattoos. But I guess that is actually increasing. More Asians are getting tattoos. But it used to be taboo in Japan.
You can't afford a cheap buy-in like $3,000 a month or $20,000 a year, and you have enough nerve to say I'll hit back when I have $3,000 a month. It costs $3,000 to mow my fucking lawn.
What's up, fellas? Garrett here. 3 years ago, had a bulging disc. Doctors tell me, hey, surgery right away, 22 millimeter bulge disc. Don't pass go, don't collect $200. I was like, no way, there's gotta be an alternative. So, bang my head against the wall, day after day after day. Decompression therapy, alternative medicine, Prolo, PRP, stem cell. Boom, I'm back. On my way. Been hitting.
As long as he was going to a doctor, too many people do get surgery where they're not exploring alternative solutions. That would be for a bulging disc. So, well, good for him. And you're going to find that stem cells are going to be used a lot more in the future. I mean, stem cells right now are being used to make cultured meats. So, yeah.
Again, 3 months, feeling good. Working on getting back what I used to have. Let's go.
My name's Steve Hockman. For those of you who know me, you know I started off homeless. I was obesely overweight. I was nearly 300 pounds. I was depressed, full of anxiety. I was a pizza delivery guy with no purpose. Within 6 months, I transformed my body. 6 months later, I was earning 6 figures as a personal trainer. A year later, I opened a 7-figure personal training studio, and shortly after that, I started the world's biggest boot camp franchise. I'm just getting started. I did it all with a very repeatable system. Accountability, mindset, fitness, that's it. Shit, with what you're eating right now, your alcohol and all the vices that are holding you back and keeping you fat, you can invest that and jump on my program right now. You can get on it right now. message me at _Steve Hockman today.
Like someone's going to remember that on a YouTube. You know what I use these days, folks? Let me show you. It's another video I'm going to be doing, but what he needs is business cards. Don't go and just yell out your underscore type thing. No one's going to remember that shit. But if he has a 7-figure personal training studio, then he's doing well for himself. So keep up the good work, I guess.
Cancel tough right here.
3,
Discipline.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, keep going. I'm gonna get this.
1, 2, 3.
Everybody's gonna act like they know. Everybody's gonna tell you the path. Others are gonna live it. You're gonna watch them move. You're not even really gonna be able to hear them at first, but you're gonna see their actions. You're gonna check their results. You're gonna see who the fuck they are year after year after year. These are the people to listen to, because they earn the right to speak, motherfucker. Half you stupid fucks didn't earn the right to speak worth shit. The fuck have you done? You can't match up to someone like me, clown. The fuck I've already done in 5 years. You've been out here. That's what you got?
1, 2.
If you don't work out, slowly, you're gonna start slowing down. And slowly, your body's gonna deteriorate. And that's when a motherfucker like me, that does fucking put in the work, is gonna come up and stomp on your fucking throat and take over. It's only a matter of time, motherfucker. It's only a matter of time.
I'm Andrew Hobson. I'm here. I'm here to be better. I need to be better. I want more. I need more. And the only way to do that is elevate through groups like this with better people around you. You need to be a better entrepreneur, better person, better father, and just all around better. Athlete, everything.
1, 2.
Let's do it.
Man, I got 30% disability.
Do you need $30,000 just to do calisthenics in a prison workout? One thing is for sure, Wes Watson definitely is a great marketer. He's using what he learned in prison in order to turn it into marketing. I could respect that.
From the military. I got muscle and nerve damage in both my arms. My neck's fucked up. My upper back's fucked up. But this is why we do it. So that way we show ourselves we don't accept the weakness. Every time you experience the weakness, you better push. Your body is what your mind is. Strengthen your mind. Send it!
I was that guy who was lost, who had no direction, right? He became my father without knowing anything. Fucked it up. Screwed the marriage, the kid. But now, what I think that made my mind open is this shit. And surround myself with people like this.
2.
If you don't have no one, get someone close to you.
It sucks for pussy motherfuckers when a motherfucker like me gets to take the stage. It sucks for you broad-ass motherfuckers. Because now, someone who's really it through and through is gonna kick you in your teeth every fucking day about who the fuck you're not. And you're gonna have to take it, because that's what it's about. When it comes to changing people and helping, your weakness is their way out. And we all got 'em, motherfucker!
What's up, words? If you guys don't know me,
Oh, by the way, I heard from Genova today. Jason Genova. He's going to stay off social media, by the way, so don't expect him to come back anytime soon. But he's saying he's staying away from social media, so I just want to let you guys know. Y'all asked me at the last live stream about that.
I'm Guerrero _fitness. Go check out my Instagram. During the pandemic, 2019, man, I was broken emotionally, mentally, physically. But fuck, man, I reached out to my boy Wes Watson, where he helped me how to fucking, be that better person. Worked on myself, become my 10.0. After that, I hopped on his Elite, where he taught me how to monetize my passion, which it was helping others. The first 6 months, I did $250,000. The next year, I did $500,000. This year, I hit $1 million. 7 figures. Who would have thought a truck driver, a poor Mexican coming from Mexico, would have accomplished something like that? I know.
Truck drivers already make 6-figure income, so not sure what he is, but it sounds like he's doing well. Honestly, this is a giant infomercial, but let's continue watching.
I know you could do it because I'm a proven example. Let's run it.
I'm triple OG. I was state raised. This is my story, guys. I fucking sold my 96 Impala. I had a convertible Impala that I sold to get where I'm at today. That made me go legit in the cannabis business until I found my way and I found my discipline through fitness. It was a good choice for me and my family. Now I'm setting the bar high. My kids look up to me. Before I was a fat, 300-pound, 50 guy.
I want my chopped porco.
Now I'm only 175 pounds.
I mean, look at this guy. He's pretty clear that he did sell cannabis, but he is pretty ripped, though. But I guess for the business that he's in, I guess the tattoos and the beard and everything are acceptable.
My kids are all into me, thinking I'm some warrior right now. The life of fitness, it's good for me, you know? It's good for my family, everybody around me. Like I said, my kids, they're learning off me. They help me. And I could change your life the way I changed mine and my family's life. And
what's up, fellas? Garrett here. Just wanted to check in, tell you how I made a startup business from nothing to something. So first start.
See, at least he put his Instagram thing on here, not like the other guy that was yelling underscore and everything. Folks, if you're going to be running a business, get business cards.
On the national scale, think about macro, big picture, right? Spin up an S corporation, get the employees, create the systems, the processes, got to use software as service. So I know what it's like to start at the bottom. I know what it's like to build a physique, to diet, to suffer, to grind, to wake up at 5 a.m., to go to sleep at 9, 10, sacrifice, okay? I know how to build a business. I know how to scale. I know how to exit. Just exited a 5-figure business. Sold to private equity. Here I am, starting over. Let me help you.
My name is Andy Foe. I'm a tattoo artist, mentor, coach, and owner of Upside Tattoo in Hutto, Texas. I've been tattooing for 12 years. I've been around the world. I've collected over 85 trophies from the best conventions all over the world. I know what it's like to struggle, to not have the guidance, the mentorship, and to get to this particular place.
Yeah, we're going to watch Blaha's latest live stream. I think someone's got that.
I'm at in my life. I just opened my first shop. We're about to reach $1 million this year. The money is not the fulfillment. The fulfillment that I find is in helping you reach your potential. I know what it's like to not do the work that you want, to not charge the amount of money that you want, to not have the ideal clients, to have the creative freedom that you want to do. This is going to save your life. It's going to save you time, energy, and money. I need you to commit. I need you to be here. To take yourself from the minimal level to rise to the level of greatness that you should be. Wherever you're at in tattooing, send me a DM. I'll connect with you. We'll get you started on this program.
Hit it. What's up, everybody?
He's probably the most business-minded person out there, you know. Being a tattoo artist, you can make some good money doing that, you know.
Steve Hawkman. I'm here at Mastermind, the Mansion Mastermind 8 with my coach and mentor, Wes Watson, who's taught me so much and shows us the life that we could actually have. For those of you who don't know my story, I started off homeless. I was so obese. I was nearly 300 pounds, depressed. I had massive anxiety. In fact, I was just delivering pizzas with no purpose. 6 months later, I transformed my body. 6 months after that, I was making 6 figures as a personal trainer. Within 1 year, I opened up a 7-figure personal training gym. Shortly after that, I started and co-founded the biggest boot camp franchise in the entire world, and I'm just getting started. I did this all with a very, very specific and repeatable plan. It had accountability, it had workouts, it had mindset. And the thing is, it got rid of all my vices that were holding me back. You don't think I can help you from where I came from? Man, what you're eating right now, the fast food that's getting you fat, the alcohol that's holding you back, and all your vices, if you just spent half of that and invested into one of my programs, you can jump on right now today. Message me. I got you. I got your answer. I got the answer you're looking for. It's _Steve Hawkman. Let's go.
I'm the weakest motherfucker here! But I don't deny that! I don't deny myself! My father brought us here from the Philippines for opportunity! I'm now wasting the opportunity! How the fuck did somebody like me, who came from nothing, build multiple 7-figure businesses? How the fuck am I doing this? I'm the weakest here, but I don't deny myself. when the 2020 pandemic hit with a baby on the way and a massive car accident with me and my wife, I showed the fuck up. Are you showing the fuck up in your life? When I had the opportunity to show my family that this opportunity was for something, I went online. I started making $15,000 a month, no experience, barely graduated high school. Why the fuck?
You know, I make more than $15,000 a month, but you have income and then you have expenses. So once you take the problem with all these people is they're mentioning income as far as to how much revenue they're putting in, but they're not mentioning how much are they spending. So profit is revenue minus expenses. That's your profit. So how much profit is this person making, actually?
How can I do that? It's because I don't waste.
Yeah, we're talking loud in the city.
Waste my fucking opportunities. And I accept who the fuck I am. My name is Phil Bohold, the founder of Underdog Uprising. If you hear the calling, reach out to me. Embrace your fucking weakness and own it.
Guys, pay attention. My name is Hector Miguel Mendez Beltran. I'm an immigrant from Mexico. I live in Southern California.
Is this the same of everything? I'm going to skip past all this because we've already seen this.
You can't understand it. You can't understand why each flight costs 50 grand. And you're still penny pinching, motherfucker. You can't understand why I got 3 of those things that you wouldn't get.
If someone doesn't have $50,000, they're not going to have $50,000. I have $50,000, but I'm not going to spend $50,000. Hell, I won't even spend $3 for a cup of coffee, you know. I'll spend 10 cents, you know. People don't have $50,000. They shouldn't have to run up a credit card just to pay you for some courses. If other people want to do that, more power to them. Not me. But you can't be upset at someone not wanting to spend $50,000. That's a lot of money.
One of you can't even understand why I'm talking about money right now. Because I'm so far past the personal development that you just started, bitch.
If you don't make
Weak. I use heavier weights than that.
you just don't make it. Everybody ain't champions. But I am.
Look at those big ass glasses. Such nasty.
Time more need a big.
Hey, I've been telling them since day one that nothing is gonna change unless your habits drastically alter. The only reason I'm where I am today is because everybody on the street chose to take back steps, and I just walked fucking forward, motherfucker. I just walked forward. That's it. And you guys are taking chosen back steps. You're procrastinating and taking back steps. How the fuck are you supposed to move forward?
Go. Playtime mode need a big ring. Go. Playtime mode is the big ring.
And of course we got to show the cars.
Coast to coast, motherfucker, number 8. What you got? Come on.
I would actually work with Andy Poe, but the rest of them, not so much. I like Andy. Let's see what we got next.
Fun, funny.
Hey, mailman, where are my circulars? Like looking into a mirror. Isn't that great? Somebody took the time to do that. Hey, go get those gloves back out, man. He's got to train boxing.
Oh, really?
He has to.
I'll have pads that permits the whole
in
the trunk.
Just him and Rob will box each other. He needs practice for Mr. G.
Oh God.
We'll do Blaha next.
Yeah.
Winded already? Getting used to the South Florida fucking humidity or what?
Well, I mean, honestly, it's not that.
It's humid in Texas too, though, right?
In the summer, yeah, big time.
Andy, you post them in the community section of my channel.
This orangutan.
He's already sweating.
Textbook form. Look at that belly flex. What the fuck?
That is a GH gut, that's for sure.
Did you come over here to start breaking shit?
Lower back. Well, I gotta at least do this movement to the upper back.
Robbie, get over here and massage his lower back. You're his cleanup boy.
I was like, dude, I know you're
You're his servant.
I know, yeah.
Maybe she'll walk on you. Lay down, let her walk on your back.
Yeah, the day that we went down, the amount of people that recognized him was wild.
Where's from there or what?
There's not really much to it.
No, you can't.
Vince Goodrum spoke for me, so.
So we gotta go to Vince Goodrum's fucking
VinceGoodrum.com.
Oh, okay. Uh-oh.
The McLeod fight.
How do you like your steaks? Burnt or medium burnt?
Rare, but
Rare. I like it rare. Burnt
Super
on the
burnt?
outside, rare on the inside.
There you go.
I like it any way you give it to me, Brad.
I know you do. You sweet boy, you.
I looked in Brad's closet and there was a lot of leather in there.
All right, let's get to the Blaha live stream. Yeah, that was about 2 years ago, actually. Better times. Lenny needs to get back to that. He really does. Where is that Blaha video at? Anyone got a link for that Blaha video? What's Blahaism? There it is. There's a bunch here, so we'll start with each one.
You know what? I'm going to be nice. Things said in private between two men should probably stay.
Okay. Let's see what we got next.
One of my friends don't always like that, but I'd be like, I have given one of my good friend's wife a foot massage while drunk, so I got to watch that. Bad coach. Be giving a bitch a foot massage. She's married. That ain't right. That's not right, dude.
Well, shouldn't be giving your best friend's wife a foot massage. That can cause a couple of issues with their relationship.
We have quite a few people watching. I have not seen one question or comment. I haven't even...
We watched this last time. Let's check the next one.
What do you mean? Do I think Steve Shaw?
I never got people just doing live streams with their shirts off. Never got that at all.
Is natural. I'm not going to cover how to spot a fake natty. Does Steve even claim that? Steve better not be claiming natural. Come on. Steve claims natural. Steve Shaw, like Massive Iron Steve Shaw, who used to be friends with me at one time. He's claiming natural. You know what? I'm sure people will link this over to Steve. Steve, Steve, maybe you should be nice to me if you don't want me to discuss conversations we had back when we were friends. All right. Checking in, Coach. Let me give you guys a bicep shot. I'm sorry, dude. That threw me for a loop that Steve is claiming natural. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Be sure to post your React videos, folks, in the community chat, although I already have some pre-screened ones, if not.
You know what? I'm going to be nice. Things said in private between two men should probably stay private. I don't know nothing about home. On this.
Let's see what we got here.
That's in the online fitness community. And I actually had several requests for this. You know, I jumped in and I watched Greg's
Yeah, they were censored again, KCB, but I'll get them.
Video. I'm going to take a very mature, reasoned response to all of this. And this is, again, where I just kind of go, oh, fitness community. This is what happens when all of the PEDs and the ego and just the mental illness involved with the whole fitness world just kind of comes to a head, unfortunately. But here's the thing. My concern is the way that Greg presented this. He tried to pretend that he was taking a high ground. You know, to stand there and point out that you think someone needs some help, they're going through some mental illness, but to still call them out the way that he did.
You've done that before as well, Jason. People in glass houses should not throw stones.
You know, he tried to pretend, oh yeah, I mean, I'm going to take the high ground. I'm concerned for this kid. But he called him out in a way that he knows is going to cause him financial problems. You know, making sure that his sponsors see it. Presenting it in a way that Greg knows that his fans are going to go mock this guy. They're going to go harass him. They're going to stir stuff up with him. He's possibly going to have to deal with some cancel culture stuff, right? And that's not a high ground, Greg. I don't expect you to take the high road. Now, do I believe when Greg says, hey, I'm happy, I'm a happy person, I'm making lots of money? Of course he is. He's making lots of money selling nonsense. You know, and I'm not saying Greg isn't a strong guy. I'm not saying Greg doesn't train his ass off. I'm not saying he hasn't put his dues in. Now, you give credit where credit is due. You know, Greg's put in his dues, but he's also beat up, busted up, clearly made some mistakes because he's not able to lift now that he's our age, you know. He's not really able to lift very much.
I've seen Greg lift some good weight. When you get up a certain age and you've reached your peak, the only thing you really need to do is maintain.
At our age, he's definitely not. You know, and again, not to take anything away from the guy's accomplishments. He's been...
Not only that, Greg Doucette is a retired bodybuilder, so he has nothing to prove at this point.
Fortunate, but it's reality. But the thing is, I'm sorry, this is just not a high road being taken, Greg. The manner in which you called him out was, again, fainting concern. That, oh yeah, I'm worried about this kid, but I'm worried.
In powerlifting, yes, he would be stronger because I don't powerlift. Does he look better than me? No.
Worried about this kid, but you know that the way you presented it, he's going to get trolled, he's going to get harassed, he's going to get doxxed. And that's not appropriate. You know, and here's what I would say to my followers. You know, I want you guys, if you look at all this, to step back, be rational people, and I don't want you to harass either one of these people about it. You know what? Because that doesn't make us good people either. Someone who you just said right there. So if you honestly, if you really and truly believe that a person is dealing with a mental health crisis, you're not going to call them out in public. You're not going to mock them. You're not going to mock mental illness or trauma or whatever it is that they're going through. You know? And I hate to say it, you know, I hate to say it, but how many guys out there that we look at and go, that's, in some ways, that's the secret of their success. How many guys with monstrous deadlifts are carrying some real demons, you know? I think George Lehman comes to mind, while pretending to care about the kid. All right, that's not right, dude. It's not right. All right, guys, but that's really...
Well, that was fun. Blaha is calling out Greg Doucette for things that he's actually done. And that is wrong! Wrong! Yep, look at all this stuff. Potentially inappropriate. I don't know why they flagged this one, but let's see. I don't agree. I would agree with Blah if he didn't do the same thing in the past, Quick Pump. It's always important to get a good stretch before you start powerlifting. good technique. It's not always about how much you can lift, but sometimes, you know, it's the technique that really gets it. So, Radis, you'll need to post the link in the community section of my channel. Yeah, I would agree. He's pretty freaky. He's at 195.
That better not go online.
It will.
Good job, Dima.
Once per year, it's okay. See you next year.
Yeah, like I said, it's not just his strength. He's a very strong individual, but he has picture-perfect technique. You have to applaud someone like that. Your next one is blocked, actually, KCB. Yeah. YouTube somewhat blocked that completely. I wouldn't even get out of the car with that knife. If it punctures a femoral artery or the neck, you're dead. Stay in your car. Her daughter, KCB, if someone's having a psychotic break, they can go and stab the hell out of them, as well. I mean, working as a correctional officer, I've seen plenty of inmates that went and killed their parents and relatives. So, in fact, that's where a lot of violent crime stems from, relationships or relatives. Very little times to where something happens at random.
I'm sitting inside it.
Yeah, if you run into a situation like that, folks, just drive away. I don't know why he's sticking there now. He's going to have his tire fixed. That's like $300 or $400. Insane. Just insane.
Today on Health and Fitness magazine, I'll be talking to 3 world champion bodybuilders. And we'll be asking these 3 gentlemen about bodybuilding as a sport, why they became interested in it, and the importance
Oh, good old Boyer Co. and Metzer
of weight training in a total fitness program. Please join me, Eric Sieb, on today's show as we continue our series on Nautilus with our guests Mike Mincer, Boyer Co., and Ray Mincer. Today,
obviously shot in the 80s.
On our show, we're talking about the sport of bodybuilding and weight training. And I'm privileged to have as my guest 3 world champion bodybuilders, Boyer Co., Ray Mincer, and Mike Mincer. Thank you for being with us, guys.
Thank you.
When people think, Boyer, of bodybuilding, they think of the whole time being spent on weights. Is this entirely all that's involved in the sport?
Well, if you want to be successful at it, it doesn't, go in the fact that the more time you spend in the gym.
Not sure what that's doing, Peter. It says the media does not meet the view count. I have no clue what that means. Let's see. Media does not meet the view count. You have to have a minimum number of media shares, in other words. So it looks like some sort of spam security. But you can use the tip button on YouTube as well.
The better you'll be. Most people assume that if a little training, makes a tremendous change in the body, then a lot of training or more training
I have a few Metzer books, but I don't read them anymore.
Will improve you that much more, and that's not necessarily so at all. There is a lot involved in the preparation for a physique contest, but the training to provide the stimulus for muscle growth, which is a very important part of it, but it's still a very small part of it. There's a lot of other aspects involved as well.
Mike, although you are now retired, describe, say, your typical training program prior to, say, a competition. What do you put yourself through?
Well, I would start approximately 12 weeks before the contest, depending upon my condition. And each one of the weeks leading up to the contest, the training would become actually briefer and more intense. And probably the last week before the show, believe it or not, I wouldn't train at all. I would rest up, try to get myself together mentally, lay in the sun, go over my posing routine and so forth.
Okay, back over to the multi-machine for chins. Onto the upper body here. You'll be using 70 pounds and aiming for 10 repetitions.
Yes, we already reviewed that Angel. What this is a video endorsing Nautilus equipment. So what Author Jones used to do is do videos like this. So it's, they're working out, but the point of these types of videos is to sell Nautilus equipment.
For some reason, this exercise is always hard after legs.
Well, it's another big muscle group for one thing.
But Angel, he never supported him. That's what I said months ago, and I warned Richard about it.
Almost like an upper body squat.
No, definitely didn't do the Colorado experience. Boyarko by this time is somewhat retired himself, so.
Good.
The reason Boyarko wasn't so successful in bodybuilding is because his genetics itself there, he didn't have any abs whatsoever. But he still did well in shows. But his genetics, he had no abs. And judges would usually mark it down no matter whether that's his physique or not.
Good. I counted 7. Yeah. Didn't make 10. You went to failure, which is the most important. Your body composition is still changing for the better. I can see literally every fiber in your back when you do that exercise.
Everyone?
Well, maybe a few obscure ones.
Okay.
90%. No, seriously, your body fat levels must be just about as low as they've ever been.
Think I'll get down to Clarence Bass's?
Sea bass?
Yeah.
You can write your own book.
I was reading in that new muscle magazine, and they got another term, beyond ripped.
Beyond ripped?
Shredded.
Shredded. And it's diced, mixed, and...
Yeah.
Okay, on to the 10-degree chest machine. Enough of this levity. This is serious business here. 130 pounds. Aiming for 10 repetitions, but by the looks of things, you may get 15, 20, 30, God knows.
This is one of my favorite machines from Nautilus. I love that machine. It really hits the chest.
Wrong again. I counted 15.
Well, it was 12 that I closed all the way.
Already
So we just count 12.
Already.
Does, too much weight, throw the form off. 180 pounds, 7-degree shoulder. Last workout you had 8, I went 6. Well, you can get through this workout in 3 minutes.
That's gonna be fast.
Decline press. 210 pounds. Last workout you had 8. That was an increase in weight, I believe. Also.
Yeah, it was.
So we wanted to get 6.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, Pug Man. I mean, Warrior Co was a beast back then. But like I said, judges always marked him down for his abs, and you know that's just his genetics here, you know, and stuff. But yeah, I really miss these Nautilus machines, you know, and the strap. You know, you can't cheat with them, so.
Six. Did you change your grip in there? Are you going a little higher? Or?
No, it's the same.
Okay.
I grabbed it right below those rubber handles.
Okay, Boyer. This is your 63rd workout. 627.83. Last workout was a maintenance workout. So today, full power. One thing we did firmly establish, you are the one and only Boyer Co.
Up to about 10,000 times.
So, last workout in your maintenance, you had 12 repetitions, which was up from your last one, even though it wasn't maintenance. So, that's what we're shooting for here, past 12.
Just look at Ray Metzer. Straight up mass monster.
Pop it out of there. Come on. Pop it.
Well, no, none of these guys were natty, but they had the good stuff. You know, not that crap that's made nowadays.
That's it. Yeah, it was 10.
10 repetitions. I don't know, can you possibly spring out of the back a little harder, or would that hurt your back?
That was as much spring as I had.
Okay. Repetitions on your maintenance work?
Well, Pugman, once Nautilus, once Arthur Jones passed away, Nautilus focused more on home gym equipment like the Bowflex. The Nautilus equipment, you have to understand when it comes to Nautilus equipment and when you're marketing to a gym itself, once that gym actually has that equipment, you know, that equipment's going to be around for 15 to 20 years at least, you know. And some of this equipment is still sitting there, so there's not much of a resale value once you hit up all the gyms. So that Nautilus, for the most part, focused more on home equipment like their Bowflex series. So that's why you don't see much Nautilus equipment. There's still Nautilus equipment being made, but not as much because of that. Nautilus equipment stood the test of time. I mean, any gym that had Nautilus equipment, you know, there's still plenty of gyms that bought their Nautilus equipment back in the 80s and they're still training today. And there's still plenty of used Nautilus equipment. So when you have a product where it's going to last 20 years, you know, there's not too much resale value, you know.
Workout, same way today.
But good question, Pugman.
Form was very good the last workout. So let's see if we can keep that same technique and increase those reps. repetitions. Last one was a little questionable, but I'm going to give you the 10.
Always a trainer.
With no tagging form. Okay. So it'll be your...
Do it.
Yeah, once Arthur Jones passed away, you know, that's the thing. When the founder of a company passes away and a corporation type place takes over, they're going to look at the numbers, and, you know, the purpose of a company is to make as much money as possible. So, you know, compared to gyms, if you're selling home equipment, you have hundreds of thousands of people that you can market to as opposed to specific gyms. And don't forget, you have other competitors with that. I sell body solid equipment. I'm an authorized body solid equipment distributor. You know, you have Hammer Strength, which is popular as well. So, yeah. It's just at Nautilus, I mean, it's... Without Arthur Jones, their focus now is on home equipment for the most part.
Today.
All right, let's get back to the community ones.
Funny.
Gotta figure out where I left off.
True freedom comes from servitude. I have everything. I can do whatever I want, but it'll spoil. It will spoil if I don't serve at least 6 to 8 hours a day. If throughout my waking hours, I'm not serving other people, if my intention isn't based around the elevation of others, I will never see or enjoy any of my surroundings. My surroundings will diminish as my servitude minimizes. So then I have to go back to it. But then there's an amount of time, if I spend too much time serving others, I'll actually become worse at it. I'll actually be drawn away from it. I've found that this is the gateway or the basis for life. When you're removed from flow state in any exercise, task, or anything, it's time to move on. If you're still in that workout in flow and it's been 45 minutes and that arm pump's still real, keep going. If you're in the middle of some content and it's still flowing through you, keep going. Do not just stop due to the sensory world's time.
No, he's not cussing or anything. That's a good thing.
Constraints. Never exit flow because it doesn't fit your schedule. What you would want to do is increase flow state, causing your homeostasis level to be in flow much greater in the duration. This setup right now is a First Form energy drink on top of the Megawatt First Form pre-workout. I have a real crazy setup. Look at it, you can see it in the mirror. It's a can on top of a pre-workout. What's the secret? The secret is that on a separate level, a separate plane of existence, this is where someone who's been in isolation and taken from society speaks to you. I speak to you guys all throughout your day. I intentionally release feelings from my heart. Pain, strength, understanding, fortitude. I release this from me throughout the day.
How old is this video? 1 day ago. He's not cursing or anything.
Knowing what everybody needs. And it's no secret that you guys do need pain. You need to be reminded of the beautiful pain that is life. Because I never elevated during times of comfort and ease. And that's what you men create consistently in your day to day. But then I also have to remind you guys at certain times of other things. And who am I? Nothing but a vessel, a messenger. Someone who's tapped in and doesn't get in the way. Wes Watson doesn't get in the way. You guys get in the way of the message. Maybe you guys aren't the correct antenna because you're not aligned, but once you're aligned,
what is this word salad stuffy?
You'll be the correct antenna. I just got done telling people that I use a speech pattern and a form of speaking that is not surmount to this actual plane of existence. It's the collective whole that I speak through energy exchange. So when I wake up, I know exactly, I visualize certain people, places, things, and I'm sending en masse messages to people. Social media has a way of transmuting the sensory world and heightening that collective.
Hang tight, folks.
Whole that we're all desperately seeking answers through. So if your intention is to go to social media to find answers to elevate your day, you'll find them. If your intention to go to social media is to find any sort of enjoyment or pleasure or whatever, you'll find it. You'll find whatever you want in social media due to law of attraction. But the people, the creators and the individuals who use social media as a conduit, they're the individuals who are actually sending the messages. You guys need to send more messages. Because if I've told you anything, what we release is what we possess. There were a lot of things that tried to derail me today. It wasn't the best day in business. It was a nice day on the boat. There was a lot of people experiencing a lot of pain in my life that were trying to derail me by coming at me sideways. And I wouldn't let it happen. They wanted me to. They wanted me to experience something. And I didn't want to give it back to them because I didn't want to keep experiencing it. I don't think you guys understand the level of mastery that can take place with the inside of you if you master the small elements that are human. The wake up, the workout, the consumption of foods, and the releasing and cultivation of your energy within. It was a great fucking day. Why?
Oh, finally you said a curse word.
I spent the duration teaching when I could have spent the duration basking. You learn a lot about yourself. When you could, you should, and by all means, take the time, enjoy, but you still choose to seek to serve because the enjoyment is far less than what you ever thought it would be. It doesn't do anything, really. But wouldn't you have to attain that to realize it? Would it have to be experienced to be understood? That's the problem. A lot of you fucking idiots speak of situations that you have never experienced as if you understand them. And this is foolish. Because hypothetical is hypocritical. You've never really experienced what you've talked about fully, maybe in your lesser version, but you're speaking from some other person's experience, not yours. So the energy exchange cannot be congruent when you teach it. You cannot teach what you have not learned. You cannot learn what you have not experienced. Do you know what I'm saying? You motherfuckers who haven't done shit and act like you have, shut the fuck up. because you're wasting your time and everybody else's. Only speak on what you've done, and speak on it with complete conviction, because you've done it. And life is a mirror, it's not a window. So if I've done it for me, I can do it for you. I love you guys. Let's go!
I did not hardly understand a word he said. I think he was talking about don't experience. I mean, that's obvious. Weird, but oh well.
I have a question for Craig.
Oh.
Craig, coming into the show, there's been a lot of stuff back and forth with King Kamali. I want you to comment on that, and also just talk a little bit about your work with Dorian Yates in terms of the kind of impact that's had on your physique.
Let's see. King Kamali. Don't like him. Not at all. He's a very disrespectful man. He's got a big mouth. And he shows no respect to the veterans, as well myself. I don't have the luxury like Sean Ray does to ignore him, because Sean being 13 years, top 5 in Olympia, he can ignore fools like that.
Look at Dexter just sitting there, just chilling. You know, this was the good old days when people actually came with suits on. Greg is looking kind of stiffy, you know. Too bad he now wears a prison jumper. That Bob Barker stuff.
I use it as a tool to market and use promotion, get my name out there even more, so...
Yeah, Orville Burke. Orville is in some really bad shape right now. Really bad.
As far as Titus goes, he's gone way beyond to ruin what I've worked so hard for this year. He's used every tactic known to mankind to destroy whatever I've worked hard to get, and this and that, and the synthol comments and what have you. It's just I beat him twice, and I'll beat him again and again and again. Man, who are you trying to?
I mean, I never got the fact that I'll beat him once and twice. Both of y'all were finishing like 9th and 8th place, so, you know, the goal of a bodybuilding show is to win. Neither one of them ever really got into the top 5 too many times, except maybe on some Grand Prix shows. So, but both of them have never won a professional event.
Who you trying to fool? Act like you don't say nothing up here.
Not only that, I want to bring up that the only reason why King Kamali is a professional bodybuilder is because normally he competes in the super heavyweight, but saw the competition being weak in the heavyweight, so he dropped a bunch of weight just to compete in the heavyweight division to win, actually. That's how King Kamali actually became a IFBB pro. Craig Titus just did it the old-fashioned way.
Like I'm the one trying to ruin. Go on flexonline.com. Remember, I'm distended and bald.
Not only that, there was no way he could beat Ciccarello anyway, so.
Remember that? Who are you trying to fool? Oh, come on.
Hello, Joel.
You're acting like you're some classy individual now. You got a big mouth. Period. I'm not the one. I'm telling you that right now, I'm not the one. Like I was saying, I'm in the best shape of my life. Again, thanks to my family support, my father, my mother, everybody, my grandparents, everybody who support me. Thanks to Chad, we put on 7 extra pounds of muscle since the Arnold Classic, and I'm about 10% sharper. And I guarantee you one thing, I will give it all I got Saturday, and the only thing that I can guarantee is I'll blow the roof off the joint with my posing routine. So.
Subsequently finished 10th place, so yeah. But you know, that was some serious animosity. You should see the one time Kamali and Ciccarello were in the Weider headquarters, and they drew some sort of they got on one of those little marquee boards, and they drew a picture of Craig Titus, and they portrayed he had his belly protruding and wrote down Myrtle the Turtle on it. And that was in MD, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But you know, no, that was in Flex. You know, it's kind of crazy that all these people were working for Weeder at the time, and they're arguing against each other and stuff. So, but we all know who won that competition. You know, pretty much King Kamali on the basis of he didn't go and burn a girl in a car in the middle of the desert and spending the rest of his life in prison. You know. Such a shame, too.
I have a question for Craig.
Such a shame. Such wasted talent. We can't play this one. I mean, this one is a Genova video, but we've already played that actually too on the. We've already played the Genova video on the Midnight Run actually, so we've already done this one before. If you put a donation in, I'll play it again. But, you know, when you play something one time, it's minty. When you play it over and over again, and not so many.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Sunday. Very nice day indeed. I just wanted to share this delicious helping of macaroni and peas with you all and let you all know that I am bald and retarded. It's a short one today. Have a good one.
That nappy-headed monkey. I remember this video. Yes, right, I'm bald because I'm old. I've lost my hair. Look at this guy's hair. His hair, I mean, look at the way he looks. How in the world are you going to get a job looking like this? And only 136 views from a year ago. How many other videos has he put out, actually? And he's a vegan, which makes it even worse. The channel's also very disorganized, too. Likes anime and stuff, I mean... yeah.
Tales from XV.
As Frieza says, he's just a monkey. But that's the way those vegans act.
This Highgate isn't the one in London, it's a suburb of Adelaide, but it's the advert's last sentence that brought out a local TV reporter's crusading instincts.
I'd just like to ask you a few questions about the house you've got for sale.
Well, I'd rather not answer it.
Why not?
Because I don't want to. I'm not going to spell my business to anybody over there. No,
well, I'm not interested in how much you want for the house. I'm just interested in why you don't want any Asians to buy it and move in.
Well, because the simple reason they're too lazy.
Why don't you want Asians moving into your house?
You know, I've never heard that term before, that Asians are lazy. Asians are one of the most hardest working people out there, so it's kind of weird.
Because I don't like the Asians, that's all they are.
You don't want them in your place?
They're just a mob of crooks, that's all they are.
And that there's a law against what you're doing?
Well, no one has told me that, and I mean to say even the Asians...
You think it's wrong?
Even the Asian himself, he said, I can have my sign up, if we get a buyer, I can sell it.
But you won't sell it to an Asian person?
If they come up with a buyer, yes. All they're interested about is just to put the sign up. That's all. I've had them agents, I haven't knocked them back.
What would... Oh, no, agents. Did you know what
Asians, I'm sorry, well that's a bad expression.
Is that what you say, no Asians?
No.
You say no agents?
Agents, sorry.
remember that clip from a long time ago. Very bad spelling. It's only racist if you want it to be. Yeah, we watched this one before on another live stream. Yeah, we've already watched this one. Yeah, we've already watched the Big Lenny beach video. I can't play this. This stuff is copyrighted. In fact, my stream will probably get interrupted because of this. Folks, no prohibited content or anything that's copyrighted. No bueno. And we're supposed to be posting React videos. I can't play the Sean Ray one neither. I definitely can't play this one. The reason being is mock video is a bunch of assholes. So let me show you this here. This video footage is copyright protected and owned by Mock Video Productions. Unauthorized usage of the footage will be taken down and your account will receive a community strike. Well, I actually wouldn't receive a community strike simply because he's published it publicly to view. So, but at the same time, I don't feel like dealing with that asshole because that's exactly what he is. So, I mean, I can play it, but yeah, I don't feel like dealing with that guy. He's a jerk.
I grew up. With my grandparents, you know, 'cause my mom.
Well, Pugman Richard, he plays his videos and then he privates them for a premium membership. My videos, on the other hand, have to stay up there. I don't make mine private or anything because I want to make sure people can get the replays for my live stream, Pugman. So I wouldn't get a community strike for something that he publishes. But I know the guy from Mock Videos, and he's just an asshole. He would just pester me for like a year or two. But good question. If I went and privated all of my live streams after I played them, Pugman, and made them into a premium membership, then it wouldn't be an issue at all. A lot of my videos that I do make, I get those YouTube notices, and it takes a while for me to edit them all out because otherwise it can't be actually shown. So sometimes if you notice that some of my live streams don't show up until 2 or 3 days later, it's because I have to edit them out. But good question.
She got killed when I was 8 years old. I had to live with them full time, and I went and stayed with them. And it was like we was living on my grandfather's income, so he was real old-fashioned. He's representation of tradition for me. So he would just come and give my grandmother his check, and I never understood that growing up. I was like, "You just gonna give her the whole check?" He was like, "Yeah, what's the matter with you?" Like, and then later, like as an adult, he'll tell me, he said, You couldn't see it and you won't understand it because you was a baby. You said, but when I gave your mama the check, he said, when I gave your mama the check, it stopped her from looking at things I couldn't give her.
This is nothing to react. I mean, it's very family friendly. So in place of that, hold on just a minute. Let's do a better 50 Cent video. Or 50 Cent. Let's do this instead. So I'll make up for it with this one.
See that? I showed niggas a little bit of bread on the last joint. And he thought that was all I had. I got paper. I got paper. You understand me? Remember Floyd showed him a big bag of money when he's out there in Vegas gambling. You see that? And you can look at that. You can get close up if you want to look at that. You can look at that and try to figure out how much that is. Huh? Figure out how much that is.
This is good, mints.
I'm on day 6 of being vegan, boss.
Haha with a $3 donation. Well, best of luck on you on that. But again, thanks again for the donation. It may be old, but it's still minty.
If your shit can fit in a night box, it ain't enough. You know what I'm saying? Get your weight up. These bank bills, baby. Crisp shit. Bank bills. Shit got rats on it. Your shit ain't got no rats on it, nigga. You got that dirty money. This shit right here got rats on it. Look at that. Look at that. Look at this. This is right here. This is my mother house right here. My mother house right this long. Right here. This is my auntie house right here. And this right here, my house right here. Let me cover that up. That's the 20s right there. Let me cover the 20s up. I don't even want the hundreds on the outside. I want to let them use their imagination. So you say, how much you think that is? I'm just giving you something to think about. That's all I'm doing. So you can sit there and say, how much you think that was, son? Huh? I don't play no games. You know what I'm gonna do next year? Now, that's a stash right there. Take a picture of my face. Look, this is my face. That's a stash, nigga. All right? And I might have to move it now that they know it's in the Lambo. We'll leave it like that right now, but I'll get back and I'll move it around.
Darren, you know good and well we can't show that type of video. You ought to know better than that. I wouldn't even want to watch it anyway. Why would I want to watch that? My channel would not only get a community strike, but it would be deleted completely if I posted something like that. It would just be deleted. Let's see what we got here. No, I definitely can't play this one neither, Serratus. Even though it's old, let me show you. This could actually possibly get me a community strike. So, look down here. See? When you see stuff like that, this stuff is licensed. So, no bueno, folks. But I love some John Coltrane. So until some more reaction videos come in, I'm going to put up my pre-selected stuff here. So give me just a minute. Just because something's old, Darren, it would have to be at least 100 years old for any because that's when a copyright falls off of it. So the thing is, if you notice, if you play back some of my live streams sometimes, you'll notice that I've actually cut out some of them because YouTube made me cut them out. Because someone was asking me, well, why didn't this particular section? I remember seeing this on the live stream. Well, Serratus, I would be, if I get a community strike, that means I can't post videos for 7 days, which means there would be 2 live streams I would not be able to do. Well, we've seen that one before, but it's always a good laugh.
One top look!
There is a different version of this that you probably have not seen. Let me show you this here. Hang tight, folks. I'm going to show you this from the guy. And he's going to explain everything.
A succulent Chinese meal. We were enjoying a succulent meal with many glasses of the grape juice, of course, the red grape.
An American Express investigator followed a man he thought was one of Queensland's most wanted to a valley restaurant.
There was a suspicious-looking character a couple of tables away, looking at us, and every time I'd turn, he'd put his head down and pop a dim sum into his gob.
Minutes later, police had the business surrounded, then sent in a delegation.
The police fell on the place. Come running in, even one of them had a gun in his hand, and I said, "What the devil's going on here? What do you want? Get up, you're under arrest, you're an international criminal." I said, "I'm just a poor, struggling artist. How dare you? Get up!" And they took me out, and I think there was all these TV cameras outside, and there it is. That's what you see on the internet now.
We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under charge. Eating a meal, a succulent Chinese meal. We're supposed to be living in a democracy, and here they're dragging me out of a restaurant after enjoying halfway through a succulent Chinese meal. That's what I thought. Well, gentlemen, this is democracy manifest.
Major concern was the meal he'd left behind.
What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Well, it was succulent, so I suppose it just flew into me head when when they were trying to put handcuffs on me.
Eventually, they had him in custody.
I believe that it's all to do with stolen credit cards.
They took me anyway. They took me down to the city watch house, and then they realised that I wasn't this international gangster. They didn't charge me with anything, so away I went. But ever since then, people have been putting this thing up there on the internet.
I understand that he has played small parts in numerous amateur theatre groups. He seems to be just a prolific false pretender.
But only hours after his arrest, the
funny stuff. So.
watch house granted him bail, leaving the police red-faced and empty-handed.
We are sincerely sorry that he obtained bail, but under this situation he was allowed to have bail.
And then they've told me that No, we're sorry. We thought you were somebody else, and I'm not quite sure who they meant. Might have been some Hungarian chess player called Doza. And apparently he used to go into Chinese restaurants and dud them and flee without paying for the meal or something or other. But how would that make you an international criminal? I don't know. I still haven't found out. I'm not even interested in finding out. I'm too busy trying to do some paintings.
Edwards is also wanted for questioning in New South Wales over several forgery matters.
Jack, I'd love to know what you were thinking that day as you were hauled out of that restaurant. You saw me and my cameraman standing there. This is obviously very pre-set up by the police. What was going through your mind as you saw our cameras, and did the presence of our cameras make you turn on that wonderful theatrical performance that day?
I thought, well, here's an opportunity to prove my innocence. Of course, they've dragged me out thinking I was some sort of an international gangster when I knew that I wasn't. So here's a chance, the camera for the people of Australia, and let democracy manifest itself gloriously. And that's why I carried on like that. Oh, of course, I had been somewhat influenced by the juice of the red grape. And I wish I had met you then at the time.
And Jack, why were you using so many names? Who are you really? Who were you then? And what were you actually being accused of at the time? Because we thought you were the world's most wanted man, the way the police were talking, but it turned out it was credit card fraud.
Credit card fraud? No, I always paid cash. I wonder why they thought that. I thought international criminals wouldn't use credit cards, surely not. You asked about names. My name's Jack. It's always been Jack.
Jack, would you ever do a performance that would top that one, or has that been the best you've ever pulled out of your repertoire?
Oh, come now. I've been on stage with a mate of mine, Jim McNeil, wrote a play called The Old Familiar Juice. I've starred in that on many an occasion at St Martin's Theatre over in Perth, Subiaco. So I must have a bit of acting ability.
Jack, are you surprised about the amount of attention that your performance that day has gained around the country and around the world?
Well, I was surprised, but it took me many years for someone to show me that it was up there on the internet. Until someone approached me and said, can we put it up and sell bottles of wine with your face? The wine, incidentally, is called Get Your Hand Off My Pinot Noir. And I said, go ahead, as long as I get a cut out of it. Well, this one here, not finished as you can see, but that's me, that on that video thing on the internet. But I've got myself here as I look now. It will look like me when I'm finished. Me arresting myself then. Me now arresting myself then. Down here, that's going to be me again, back in those days.
See, this guy has, ever since that incident, he just paints pictures and he autographs them and he sells them to people. And he made a lot of money. Of course, he's passed away now. He's long gone. But after that whole incident, he just decided to make a couple of bucks on it and sell paintings.
Trying to put the handcuffs on myself. And, oh, that's just stuff from that... all got to be finished, as you can see. Gentlemen, I hope you'll enjoy my cooking. It's the first time I've ever cooked a succulent Chinese meal. There was a time when they arrested me once for eating one. Let's hope the police don't come down the driveway and do it now. Apparently that was my crime, eating a succulent Chinese meal. Here we go. Look at that right. Hit it with some more olive oil. There we go. Let us imbibe and enjoy. Can I serve a plate for you, sir? I hope this is not criminal act doing something like this. Out here in the bush, in the freedom, That is succulent. What is that?
Good footage. But basically, ever since that whole incident, he just painted pictures, made a ton of cash on it. So he took a incident like that and turned it into some cash. All right, let's go ahead and check yours, Serratus, and see what we got. But yeah, I got to be careful on things like that because, like I said, if I get a community strike, that's 2 days, and a lot of times I can dispute them and be successful. Let's see here.
Pussy ass nigga, name the game. Pussy ass nigga, that should be your name. TMI gang, that's my squad. I make a phone call and I kill you and your dog. I get a.
Boo. Boo. I hate Stitches. Never post that again, Joel.
To resist.
Let's see. Did I turn on the... Oh, I forgot to turn it on. Ugh. Oh, no, I did turn it on. I think. Let's play that again one more time.
To wear, hard to resist.
You know, whenever I was a kid, we used to get these little, for Christmas, you know, and it happened every single year, and I would sometimes get doubles and triples of it. They used to sell these these sampler packs. That were like, I think, $8. I used to get a bunch of these for Christmas, and it had a little pack of Stetson cologne, it had Gravity, and it also had Cool Water in it. Either that or the combination would be Gravity cologne, Stetson, and Aspen cologne. They don't make Aspen cologne anymore. They definitely still make Stetson. I never thought it smelled good. I thought it smelled like shit.
Oh, what the hell's going on?
Serratus, come on, man. Really?
What do you guys do for a living?
Oh, I make out with my brother. Bro, we make out with each other. We make content like that.
I supervise them while they make out.
No, Serratus. Stuff like that, complications of that, I can't put that up there. You have to understand that anything that was made before a particular time, like 2016, it's not going to be taken down. But today, you can definitely get a community strike for. The only reason why that stuff hasn't been taken down is because it's old. Either that or YouTube hasn't got to it yet. But yeah, that one's definitely no bueno.
And sometimes partake.
Yeah, when he gets drunk, he gets in it.
I don't drink, but I do have an OF who you can subscribe to.
Same, also same.
Excuse me? What do you guys do for a living?
Oh.
I make out with my brother. Bro, we make out with each other, we make content like that.
I supervise them while they make out and sometimes partake.
Yeah, when he gets drunk, he gets in it.
I don't drink, but I do have an OF who you can subscribe to.
Same, also same.
Excuse me? What do you guys do for a living?
If you make out with another guy, you may be a homosexual. In fact, you probably are a homosexual.
Excuse me?
You know, I'm not a big fan of the Island Boys. They're weirdos.
All right, Island Boys, kiss or slap?
Kiss.
Kiss?
Kiss.
Okay, all right, go. Oh! Oh my gosh! Yo, save it for the OF though. All right, Island Boys, kiss or slap?
Kiss.
Kiss?
Gay. Liberace gay.
The Chris Tyson situation could become a complete disaster for Mr. Beast's brand. However, it may also provide some unique benefits. So let's begin by going over the drama before explaining exactly how this will impact the Mr. Beast channel. In mid-2022, fans began to notice that Chris Tyson was changing. In the early days, he represented the quintessential southern gun and truck loving dude. Yet beginning in March 2022, Chris began to display increasingly feminine traits, making tweets such as "I finally got my nails done at a nail tech." Additionally, Chris would highlight that his facial appearance had changed significantly since the start of the pandemic, which accompanied another post reading, "Okay, so in 4 different customs I had to prove I was myself because I
You know, I'm not subscribed to Mr. Beast. I've heard of the guy. He's super popular, but, you know.
look nothing like my passport pic, so much that I'm considering updating my passport. Do you see any resemblance?" Prompting replies such as, "You went from man to boy." Chris responded by stating, "Nah, to be honest, I just really started taking my mental health seriously and eating better." Yet his Twitter photos kept insinuating that Chris was becoming more feminine, with this same kind of look showing up in his Mr. Beast appearances. For example, on the 6th of January 2023, Beast Reacts uploaded a video titled "I strapped a GoPro to a fish," in which Chris dressed in a way that prompted comments such as, "Chris has been adopting more and more traits that remind me of my grandmother." Okay, so some people just gonna ignore Chris's nails? Chris had to have lost a bet. The look is getting wild. The response to the video then prompted countless viral TikToks, such as this one with 700,000 likes, stating, "How did Chris go from this to this?" While others even made the claim that Carl had turned him gay. Now, this was pretty ridiculous, as Carl isn't even that feminine, and Chris had come out as bisexual years before he and Carl had even met. The true catalyst for Chris Tyson's feminization instead seemed to have come from his marriage. In January 2022, Chris would post a photo with his
Hey, that guy, I gotta respect everyone that posts a link, you know what I mean? What may be entertaining to one is not entertaining to the other. So, if it's not copyrighted or prohibited content and someone posts it, you know, I'm obligated to react to it. So far as this is concerned, well, I'll speak of it once I play the rest. Plus, this is only like 9 minutes, so you'll be alright.
Wife to his Instagram, yet after this, the family photo stopped altogether. Fans also noticed that he'd removed his wedding ring, with the ring's absence correlating perfectly with the very first post in which he'd painted his nails. Chris confirmed the split in a post from March 2023 reading, "For a little over a year now, me and Katie have been separated," with this also confirming that Chris's transformation began as soon as his marriage came to an end. Chris went from lighting campfires and raising a family with his beautiful wife to now trying to be a wife with his man buns and long nails. As the criticism continued to pile, Chris announced that he'd be taking a break from social media.
This is a bunch of gossip over someone that's going through feminine traits.
And while there was a possibility that Chris would make efforts to return to his former self, he'd rather do the opposite and double down on his feminine image, showing up to the Kids' Choice Awards
I'll go ahead and watch the whole thing, and then that's when I'll make a comment as far as this is concerned, because I gotta see the whole thing. I don't really know this Mr. Beast type thing, so like I said, I know he's super popular, but I just never cared for this type of content. I put it in the same category as James Charles and Perez Hilton and shit like that, you know.
Looking like this before making the announcement that he'd been doing HRT for approximately 2 months, which according to a quick Google search is the medical process for changing genders. Chris would expand on this by stating, "Informed consent HRT saved my and many others' lives. The hurdles GNC people have to jump through to get life-saving gender-affirming healthcare in a first world country is wild to me. Just let people make informed decisions about their own bodies," which received a positive response from both Carl and Mr. Beast, who wrote, "Got you, I did one more heart than Carl because I'm a better friend." While his co-workers expressed positivity, others weren't so welcoming. "There goes a father figure the kid won't ever be able to look up to. Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men."
I would never date a clown like James Charles. Not only that, he goes after underage kids too, so definitely no.
And weak men create hard times. Weak man times. Chris responded to this comment by stating, "This is just more dog whistling that somehow trans and GNC folks aren't safe around kids. Tucker begs for me to come back when I leave for like 2 days to film. He is so loved and happy. Kids aren't born with hate, it's taught by people like you, and my child will only know love. I know I'm going to be a great parent, and so is every other person who puts the love of their child before everything. I made this decision because I wanted to show up as my best and happiest self for him. In a way, this was for Tucker." Chris's response received some positivity such as, "I'm convinced you're an amazing father. Tucker is lucky to have you and also lucky to have all of those who surround and support you in his life, as well as I adore that. I'm glad you made that decision. It's so much easier to be a parental figure when you're not struggling with dysphoria, yet he'd also receive an equal amount of backlash. You ripped apart your family and took a father figure away from your son just so you could paint your nails and act zesty. Pathetic. He will get torn apart at school, won't want to have friends around his house, a life full of difference and being alone. Must have missed the point in that tweet. How's this for him when you're depriving him of a father figure?" Although Chris wasn't altered by these comments, as he'd once again reiterate his certainty in a new post reading, "It's never too late to start being yourself," which received praise from Mr. Beast as well as Nolan and Carl. However, these comments also added extra fuel to the fire. In a few years, look back at this thread and remember they were never your friends. Only yes men cowards. Hope you come out of this safe. Mr. Beast responded to this with a simple opinion irrelevant ratio, to which the original commenter would state, "I have 30 followers, so go ahead and ratio me. I'll still rest easy knowing that I'm not a coward who idly sits by watching my friend ruin his own life." In some ways, it was nice to see the boys standing up for Chris on Twitter. However, the situation has already begun to change the dynamic within the videos. For example, in a recent live stream titled "Opening 1,000 Mystery Art Boxes," Chris would once again dress in quite a feminine way, and while everybody participated as usual, the energy and vibe didn't feel nearly as smooth as it normally does. It felt as though there was an unaddressed elephant in the room, and therefore everybody was in their head, as opposed to being in the present moment enjoying each other's company. Maybe everybody was simply too busy opening packages, but Chris did make these bizarre jokes about Jimmy being female, making him incredibly uncomfortable.
"Oh my god, Jimmy, look, they drew you! Jimmy, they drew you so well. It looks just like you."
Oh, yes.
Oh my god, it's Jimmy.
How did fan art? This is what we were looking for. Be brave.
Be honest, be kind, Mr. Beast. That is my tagline.
Becoming even weirder when...
Hey, Danny, what's up? I'm gonna wait until this plays out because, like I said, I have to be respectful of content, but, at the same time, I don't keep up. I'm pretty much the same with Serratus. I don't really keep up with this gossip shit, and stuff.
When each member started to pay each other compliments.
Hey, nice shirt. Thanks, dude. Nice shirt.
Hey, nice shirt.
Thanks, dude. Nice shirt.
Thanks. Nice shirt.
Nice shoes.
For the most part, the live stream was devoid of awkward moments. However, it would act as fodder for another 100 million views worth of drama and criticism. Chris likely believes that people will slowly adapt to his new appearance over time, but is this really going to happen? Well, maybe. It's difficult to say as the situation is fairly unique, especially when considering Chris's reputation and influence. However, if Chris continues to transition, would it be unreasonable to say that he could jeopardize some of the personality traits which made him a successful member in the first place? Perhaps the opposite will happen, and he'll instead pick up new personality traits that better resonate with the current Mr. Beast audience. This was put forward in many comments supportive of Chris, who implied that there'll be millions of queer kids who look up to him, although this doesn't necessarily mean that it'll add any value to the videos. Mr. Beast has likely cultivated a massive LGBT audience, all of whom are already watching anyway, and if we've learned anything from Hollywood in recent years, it's that adding over-the-top LGBT characters for the sake of relatability rarely works as intended and is often nothing more than a distraction from the premise of the movie or video. On top of this, it can be uncomfortable and unrelatable for the silent majority, although as we have seen, a situation like Chris's does have the potential to create an otherworldly amount of discussion, which could be seen as a benefit for the Mr. Beast brand.
Drama is good for growth, 100%. That would be an easy way to up my views if I got it.
The problem is this type of situation is probably the last thing that Mr. Beast wants to attract, as he's forced to agree with Chris's position, as he has no way of manipulating the situation without being painted as the bad guy. It's a lose-lose situation for Mr. Beast. I think Jimmy is in an inescapable situation. If he kicks out Chris, cancelled. If he don't, his channel will die for real. An inescapable situation is a pretty good way of describing the drama, which is also why it deserves the harsh label of being a nightmare. Jimmy has no option but to publicly express acceptance of Chris's transition, as silence or even worse, disapproval would come with obvious severe repercussions. However, in accepting Chris's transition, Jimmy implies that this will be the new normal within the content, thus annoying a different group of people, many of whom will never express their true feelings and may rather simply click on fewer Mr. Beast videos. If this is the case, Jimmy has no option but to accept this fate, as removing Chris from the videos in any kind of way could create an even more severe media firestorm. The only clean solution, should things go south, might be for Chris to resign himself, and even then rumors and bad press will be unavoidable. Whether it be arrogance or ignorance, Chris seems oblivious to how this whole thing might impact Jimmy, forgetting that he achieved his current level of success by...
Okay. Here's the thing, folks. Just because he's gay, I'm gay, we're not the same type. You see, he's one of those Gen Z, Gen Alpha type people. I'm a Gen Xer, folks. I'm from the old school of things. Plus, I'm a pretty conservative type person anyway. I don't want to put my business out on everyone's channel. That's typically the same as anyone that's a Gen X person, This generation these days, they want to put out all of their fucking personal information and stuff. That's why I don't put videos of James Charles or any gossip or anything like that. This is a Mint's channel. This is a Piss Troopers channel, Nobody wants to see that shit. Now, with that being said, this Sunny V2 is an idiot, He's got a lot of views for it, but there's two dynamics he needs to figure out. One, it's not a Bud Light situation to where, Budweiser is a mostly conservative company with mostly conservative customers, Mr. Beast, on the other hand, is a general worldwide type brand. So, if he was to, and here's the thing, I don't think he's being held to keep him around or anything. if you've been friends with someone for like 10 or 20 years and they decide to start transitioning and stuff, it's very doubtful that they would stop being friends, you know. With that being said, you have to look at it from a business standpoint, you know. If he goes and gets rid of him, then his business is going to fail, plain and simple. So whether it's I think it's going to be more of a personal standpoint. They've been friends for 10 years. They're not going to care if someone changes. People change in life. You know, that's the way of nature. It's not a Bud Light situation because Mr. Beast isn't catering to a conservative-only audience, you know. It's sort of like that Crystal Stubing who used to go by Mark and he decided to transition. It's a nothing burger. It's little to do about things. People change, you know. Like me, I used to have good hair. Now I don't have hair on my head. But I hate this gossipy Perez Hilton bullshit, you know. It's crap. But no one's going to stop being friends with someone for 20 years just because they decide to transition or so forth. That's just not going to happen. And I don't mean to demean the videos or anything like that per se. It's just that it's not the type of content that I want on my channel per se. It's just that's a Gen Alpha. That's a Gen Alpha thing, and I'm Gen X, and I'm also I'm a conservative person, you know. Obviously, Mr. Beast is a liberal, so when you cater to liberals, you know, it's not going to be the same as a Bud Light situation. Bud Light is a conservative company, and when they put Dylan Mulvaney on the channel, that's why their stuff fucked up, you know. Gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. That felt good. But yeah, just because I'm a homo don't mean I'm going to have homo shit on my channel, you know. You guys see how I dress, you see how I live and everything like that. You don't see me putting on no fucking makeup, you know, I don't wear glitter or anything like that. I don't wear tight pants or bright colored ass with stuff with rainbows and sparkles or shit like that, you know. I'm a Gen Xer, and not only that, the stuff looks tacky to me. You know what I'm saying? So, you know. And not only that, I don't get it. One thing I hate more than anything is just gossip, you know, per se. That type of gossip, that Gen X gossip, you know. I don't want to talk about Beyonce. I don't want to go talk about Lizzo's fat ass or anything like that. I could care less what's on TMZ and everything, you know. I want straight piss, you know. That's and you guys know what I mean, not the Old Spice shit, you know, and everything. But that's not how I roll. Let's see what we got here.
Day to day, I have my friend Kyle.
Hey, do you have a timestamp as far as to what I'm looking at? This is like a 30-minute video, so if you have a timestamp for it, we can actually play it. But, you know, I don't want to take up the entire channel because we only got like an hour left for a 30-minute video. So if you have a particular arena to do this, we can. It's got a lot of licensed music on it, which I can take care of. This isn't major stuff or anything like that. It's just a long video, and I want to make sure I get to everyone. Well, I'm pretty well adapt to, alright, he says first 15 minutes, so, okay. Well, I think 15 can be acceptable. Or if that's his... Alright, we'll watch the first 15 on this. I didn't see the timestamp, so my bad.
Kyle here, he's actually coming right now. I think he's over there. And we're gonna get some sushi, we're gonna train. I'm actually gonna show you guys a full day of eating, and then also what I do on a day-to-day basis. So it's gonna be a good day. Alright, see you guys later. Because I realized during my fasted cardio, I was like, God damn it. Oh, look at this gay guy. This gay guy. So that's my homie Kyle. He's from Bakersfield. He came to stay over. Wow.
Car guys.
Wow. Freaking ricers, huh? So he came over to sleep over. But yeah, so I noticed that during fasted cardio, I had to get some groceries. And there's Fat Boy. Look, damn, bro, you got fat. What?
What'd you get me?
How was it?
Oh man, how are you? What we doing? Got me a little bit of Starbucks?
Get that last bag full.
Oh, this guy, he's an open. What's going on, man?
What's up, bro?
Good. He's gonna start insulting me since he's on camera now. He's gonna start
horrible dressing. Horrible.
Insulting me. Fool. What do you get me? Oh man, I'm excited for today, man. Back day. Hurt my wrist a little bit though, so I have an excuse. I have a built-in excuse already.
But I'm not gonna drink. I'm not gonna drink the shake. Come here, Mochi. So I never really introduced my son. Say hi, everybody. Say hi. This is my kid, Mochi. And I don't think I ever introduced my girlfriend.
Yeah, I was this morning.
This is my girlfriend, Ermina. I don't think. Say hi. It's for the YouTube. I never really introduced her. It's pretty weird, but this is my little family right here. So we'll get to the groceries. Got some chicken. Got some beef.
Oh, that's a must.
You saw this? I don't know, if you guys never tried this, this shit's legit.
Gotta have that.
This is legit. Gotta have this. This saved me during prep. Got some aloe vera. Got some cereal. I'm not eating cereal today because since we're gonna have sushi.
Oh, yeah.
I just bought it for next time. Got some Greek yogurt. And now that I'm not in prep, I don't have to.
Is there something particular about this video, that guy? It's just him getting a bunch of stuff.
Home and pack clothes and...
Where's the mints in this?
So, having an optimal gut, I do this every morning after cardio. So, what it is, it's that I do aloe vera, glutamine, apple cider vinegar, lemon juice. Now that I'm in the off season or rebound, I'm eating a lot more food. I don't want to get like.
There's nothing to it, that guy. There's no mints in it. He's just
insensitivity.
He's just hawking products that he's sponsored by the company or so.
It helps me with the nutrient part.
You know what I'm gonna probably end up doing? I'm gonna do probably one extra live stream to where we go through viewers, and then the next one, and then another live stream. Just have them separate between, some of my pre-selected ones, some good mints, Big Lenny, Blaha, Vegan Gains, and we discuss them. And then I'll have another live stream where it's just viewers' choice. But all he's doing is just hawking products, Wes Watson's a bit different because he, that's good mints, but that's... But, I don't think anyone wants to sit around for 15 minutes to watch someone pull out food or anything. I mean, I always want to be respectful as far as videos are concerned, but if it's something that's just, if it's something where someone's just trying to sell you products, then I don't think it does a benefit to,
Fresh, cool, so clean, so refreshing, so cool.
As cool and as clean as a breath of fresh air. That's Snow Fresh Filter Cool. Your mouth feels clean, your throat refreshed. The finest leaf tobacco, mild, refreshing menthol, and the world's most thoroughly tested filter. That's Snow Fresh Filter Cool. Why don't you switch from hots to the Snow Fresh coolness of cool? As cool and as clean as a breath of fresh air. America's most refreshing cigarette. Snow Fresh Filter Cool.
Do you think men using toys in bedrooms is cheating? No. Weird, but not cheating. Well, these are commercials. Back in the 50s, this is before Surgeon General warnings and stuff. They used to do commercials like that. And they also used to use cartoons in order to, sell smoke, cigarettes. Like this one, for example. Let me show you this one. There's actually a couple of them, so, yeah. And I can actually show this because this is not advertised anymore, even though it is a cartoon, per se. It's not copyrighted material because it's a Winston commercial. Yeah, Flintstones.
They sure work hard, don't they, Barney?
Yeah? I hate to see them work so hard.
Yeah, me too.
Let's go around back where we can't see them. Gee, we ought to do something, Fred.
Okay.
How's about taking a nap? Hey, I got a better idea. Let's take a Winston break.
That's it. Winston is the one filter cigarette that delivers flavor 20 times a pack. Winston's got that filter blend.
Yeah, Fred. Filter blend makes the big taste difference, and only Winston has it up front where it counts. Here, ahead of the pure white filter.
Damn, cigarette in the pack is a lot bigger than the actual people here, so.
Winston packs rich tobaccos specially selected and specially processed for good flavor in filter smoking.
Yeah, Barney, Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
The Flintstones has been brought to you by Winston, America's best-selling, best-tasting filter cigarette.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
The Flintstones, brought to you by Winston, America's best-selling, best-tasting filter cigarette.
Winston tastes good, like a cigarette should.
I
Hiya, Mr. Flintstone.
Greetings, Rocky, my boy. Pack of Winstons, please.
Oh, you like them Winston cigarettes, huh, Mr. Flintstone?
But of course, they really got something.
You bet your life. Folks who really enjoy smoking know it's what's up front that counts. And that's where Winston steps out ahead of the crowd with their exclusive filter blend. Choice golden tobaccos, specially selected and specially processed for filter smoking.
Hold it.
What you mean?
What are you pitching Winstons at me for? You know I never smoke nothing else.
Just practicing, Mr. Flintstone. Everybody knows that.
Winston tastes good, like cigarette should.
Yeah.
See you soon, Rocky.
The Flintstones has been brought to you by Winston, America's best-selling best.
See, if you notice there, this is a cartoon and they're selling cigarettes to kids. You used to be able to get away with this back in the day,
Tasting filter cigarette.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
Classic stuff. That it is. Oh, yeah. Well, Winston is a filtered cigarette. Got here. So, folks, I need to demonstrate the, what's mints and what isn't mints. So, give me just a second. Let me see if I can play this.
Hey cousin, I just want to say you are looking zesty tonight and I wish we could get zesty in the bathroom at an airport after you traffic me for a few bucks and then use me as a Lenny toy bear. By the way, keep up the stream, my black brother.
Now you see, folks, that's good mints right there. We're not getting zesty anywhere, but again, thanks for the donation. So, folks, let me demonstrate mints. This is mints. This is what this channel's all about. Hold on just a minute. That's mints right there.
Awesome.
I don't know what he's doing.
You want me to show you tough? I'll show you tough. Hey! 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 Hey!
I never lose. I hope you like pain. You okay? Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
Now this guy here, that guy right there is actually a professional actor. And he's been in a lot of movies. He's actually good at what he does, but somehow he just fucked that one up. But he can legitimately do that properly. He's done that maybe 200 or 300 times, but you know, you have to understand the saying. People don't really notice you when you do something right. But the minute you fuck up something and you do something wrong, people will get all over you, you know. It's like a math teacher. They can go and put all the questions right, but then the one thing you'll get wrong, you know. I don't remember his name, but he's been in a lot of movies, so he just messed that one up for once. I just wanted to point that out, that he's not the same as the rest of those goofs.
Sit down. You guys don't like this one? You guys want to see something?
See, we're going to get back to the mints part. So instead of reviewing any more videos, we're going to get things minty. All right? Nothing but mints for the rest of the night. Just to be on the safe side.
Glad to have you. Here, and we are ready to rock and roll. We're jamming NWC Slamming. Your Diner TC Martin, along with the Guru, Big Al.
Now we're going to get minty. No more of this.
On NWC
We're going to have a little fun.
You know, fans, the big fan favorite here, Virgil.
Have you ever let a guy or girl crush you? If you know what I mean, or even bite you? Also, how often did you let your boyfriend back in the 10th grade get you behind the bleachers? Yes, I went to school with you, and remember, I jacked off to you too.
Well, if he went to school with me, I didn't have a boyfriend. I dated girls at the time. And no, I've never let a guy or girl crush me. But again, thanks for the donation.
Doc, here we go, ready to rock and roll on NWC Slamming once again. The crowd pumped up, juiced, Virgil a big.
Well, his name is Vince, and he is bald-headed, but it's not me.
Big crowd favorite. They're dancing in the aisles here as Virgil prepares for his match.
But I'm just tired of the unfunny stuff. We need to get to some mints.
Grudge match against the Thug. Well, you know, there's a sign that says the Thug something there, Doc. I'm not sure exactly what that says. I really something derogatory, I see. The crowd on their feet, and we are ready to go for this grudge match between Virgil the Thug. Speaking of which, here he comes. down the aisle right now, and it looks like the Thug has got some company today, Big Al. What is that? Is that a bodyguard? Looks like he's got a henchman or something with it, Doc. Boy, oh boy, our director of security there, Joe Libra. This guy's surrounded by security, Doc. Boy, the crowd can't stand this guy. What is this anyway? I can't believe it. We're about ready to go as the Thug makes his way towards the ring area, and he has an escort. I don't like the looks of that at all. You're Dr. T.C. Martin, Big Al, and Big Al, you got a special guest with you, don't you? Yeah, Jordan is at the table, Doc. None other than the world famous Buffalo Jim. Buffalo, what's going down, buddy?
Looks like it's going to be a good match here, brother. Looks like it's going to be a good match.
All right, Buffalo Jim in the house, sitting in with us here on NWC Slammin', and the Thug stepping up into the ring against Virgil right here on NWC Slammin'. These two
Oh, it gets better, trust me.
don't like each other. Oh my God, you don't know what to expect when the Thug steps into the ring, and he is stepping in there slowly. Oh my God, Big Al, what is that? Well, bedtime sheets? Bedtime for Bonzo? I don't know if it's bedtime for Bonzo, Doc. If this guy's got out of bed, when he gets out of bed in the morning, Doc, he spits in the mirror at himself. Now he's in with the crowd favorite, the guy that the crowd just takes to this guy like crazy, Virgil. I don't like the looks of this at all. Virgil, mesmerized. He knows what he's getting in for when he signed this match. Virgil the Thug gonna stare down, and Virgil's going away. The bell sounds, and right now it is Virgil and the Thug, and here comes the henchman. No, it's not the Thug. It's Jim the Anvil Neidhart. I can't believe what I just seen, Doc. That's Jim the Anvil Neidhart.
Now we're gonna get to the mitts.
What's going on here? They've taken over on Virgil. They're beating him to a pulp. Wait a minute. If that's not the Thug, the Thug was scheduled.
Andrew, this gets better. If you think this is bad.
This match, is that the Thug? I have no idea what that is underneath. Buffalo Jim, what do you think of all this?
I don't know who it is, brother, but they're working on Virgil real good.
They're working on Virgil real good. All of a sudden, it's a 2-on-1 situation. This match is supposed to feature Virgil against the Thug. I don't know what happened. Jim the Anvil Neidhart comes out from the hood here, and now you've got a bodyguard, a henchman that could be the Thug. I'm totally confused. I have no idea what's going on here, TC. Pandemonium taken over immediately here as Virgil's getting waylaid by not one man, but by two. Jim the Anvil Neidhart, what are you doing here? You're not on the card. You're not supposed to be anywhere to be found in it. And here you are right over the top rope. I can't believe what's going on here. Virgil gets dropped right over the top rope, and now that they're grabbing the sheet or some bedding, and the bell is already run. This match is already over. This match never got started, Doc. I can't believe it. It's 2 against 1. The bell rang. This is supposed to be the Thug versus Virgil. All of a sudden, you've got the Anvil in there, and who knows who this guy is under the other sheet. I have no idea. They are taking Virgil and choking him right now. David Hogg has already called for the bell. He's stepping right in the middle. Where's the security at, Doc? And down goes David Hogg. Unbelievable. The referee takes a powder. Where's security? You better get in the ring. Virgil's going to get hurt. I don't understand this at all. The Thug is supposed to be facing Virgil. Jim the Anvil Neidhart comes in. The Thug can't do his own dirty work. He can't show up to wrestle. He was suspended for that before, Big Al. Once again, Thug, you're on thin ice, man, with the Nevada State Athletic Commission. They're not going to stand for this. This is insane. And who knows, once again, who's under that hood? The crowd chanting Virgil. They're on their feet, trying to rally behind this superstar here in the NWC, but he is in trouble. He has not shown an offensive move. The crowd trying to get behind the very popular Virgil, but he is down and out. He is being choked. We're going to need the paramedics there. And now he's going over the top rope, possibly, as the Anvil is just taken over. He's got a henchman alongside with him. David Hogg lost control of this match, and now Virgil right over the top. Oh my God, Buffalo Jim, what do you make of this?
Whenever you got the Thug involved, you got controversy.
Oh, no question about that, Buffalo. I can't. This hasn't been a match. Here comes Jesse Hernandez. They try to restore some order, and they've got Virgil right over the top. Oh my God, they're choking him, Big Al. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Virgil's being choked. Virgil's being choked down here, Doc. You better get some help in here for this guy. He's in deep trouble, and now the Anvil's out there pounding and waylaying at him. Where is the security around here? You've got to get this taken care of. And now he's biting away the forehead of Virgil. Virgil unconscious. No doubt about it. David Hogg, he has been tossed rather. Here comes our security force. They're taking the anvil away back to the locker room. He is on a rampage. I've never seen the anvil like this. I can't believe the anvil's gone berserk, Doc. He had to be put up to this by the thug. I can't believe what I've seen so far. This is unbelievable. Pandemonium here.
When I say mince, I mean fucking mince. Let me think of something here. Oh yeah, I know.
Dave the Redneck. Schultz, as the fans call you, you see something like this happen, it's got to be upsetting to you.
It don't upset me at all, baby. Let me tell you, I think it's great. You know what I mean? If you're going to go on the hunt, you got to be able to run with the big boys. If he can't run with the big boys, he should get out. He shouldn't come out here. Last time I was in San Francisco, I went downtown looking for a woman. You know what I mean? I wanted a woman. I couldn't find a woman. I found a lot of men that looked like women. Now you, Hulk Hogan, you belong in San Francisco. What's wrong with you, Gene? I'm telling you like it is, baby. You belong in San Francisco. That's your kind of place. That's your kind of people, because you've never had a woman, baby. And now I'm challenging you. I'm challenging you.
The original David Schultz. In fact, let's play some of the other stuff from Schultz. Oh, I got one. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Where is it at? If I can just remember it now. Here's a classic for you.
Not seen together before, but I am certain there's something in the works when it comes to Roddy Piper and Dr. David Schultz.
You know, the first thing that got the doctor upset, got him terribly upset, when I come up north, I found out that Tony Atlas and Rocky Johnson, two boys from where I come from, down south, they should be in the cotton fields, picking cotton, pulling a cotton sack. They shouldn't have no tendon silk belts around their waist. You know, where I come from, we took boys like that, and we tied them up, and we whooped them like dogs. We whooped them, and when we got through whooping them, they knew right from wrong. Now, you two boys, you come on out here and bring them two belts, and whenever we tie you up there and we take them belts away from you, we're going to whoop you like two dogs. Because my mama told me a long time ago, baby, said, David, don't you ever trust nobody with lips over 2 inches thick and skin darker than mine. And I've always took her advice, and that's all I've got to say about it. I'm still terribly upset. The problem is, they're going out there, Tony Atlas to say, how do I look, Rock? How do I look? Rock, oh, you look wonderful, you look wonderful. How do I look? How do I look? While they're doing all that, they're going to find the caves and the bankies while they're sitting out there laughing and joking, brother. We're going to be in there smoking and poking. We're looking at the new world. Anyway, thank you.
In fact, I'm going to play one more Schultz video. I'm going to play one more. I'm going to play one more, and then we're... Yeah, Piper was coked out of his mind that day. This one's a good one.
There was no double cross.
Is anybody trying to intimidate anybody? I mean, out there now, is there somebody that's trying to intimidate somebody like Jerry Lawler? So we don't have to come out here yelling and screaming or anything. Because I am the Southern Heavyweight Champion of the world, Lance Russell. You understand?
I know you got it. I know.
People think that we're crazy, but we're not crazy, man, because we don't have to intimidate anybody like Lawler and Brody are trying to do. You know what happens when Dr. Death and the Macho Man tag team and go against Brody and Lawler? Oh, yeah. They're going to hear about it all over the world when Dr. D and the Macho Man do the thing. You guys, yeah.
Hey, Brody,
First thing I got to say is this, Lawler. I don't have to impress nobody, but...
First off, if you notice, he's wearing a... You see, you can't get away with stuff like this on TV these days. I mean, he's wearing a freaking Nazi, a swastika on his shirt.
Because you just impressed yourself by coming out here making a complete fool out of yourself, telling everybody how you followed my career about the people that I have beat. And you know the people I have beat. And you come out here and tell people that you had to pay more money to get Bruiser Brody. That's right. Because I found out something about you, Lawler. Nobody wants to be your tag team partner because you've got a disease, boy. I've checked on you. You have a disease and they call it AIDS. I have checked on. Nobody wants that to do with you. But I got another thing to tell you. You're right. I hit Bruiser Brody. I hit him with a stick. But you know why? He caught me holding his woman in my arms. Yeah, that's what he did. And he jumped me, and I taught him a lesson. Now, Lawler, I want to tell you something about your woman, about your wife and your girlfriend. The doctor might have had his hands all over her. Who knows? I don't have to impress nobody, big boy. If I had to pull this man off of you, baby.
Yeah, he said AIDS.
Last Monday night, he would have killed you. He would have took your life right there, big boy. I had your life in these hands, Jerry Lawler. Like the great film of God's up above, baby. I could have took your life just like that. It could got all over.
We're going to hear about this match all over the world, Lance Russell.
I can't believe it.
Paris, France.
Okay.
I won't be double-crossed again. Monday.
I think I'm going to do one more. One more. I'm going to do one more. Sorry, folks. Just need some mints tonight. I want to make sure I give you the good stuff.
Coliseum Monday, June the 4th. Come on in, Dr. David Schultz, if you would, please. Notwithstanding the big match between the Iron Sheik and Sergeant Slaughter.
I went to when I went to Mid-Atlantic wrestling shows. Yeah, you would normally run into Brickhouse Brown. I like Brickhouse Brown better. Snowman was not exactly a great wrestler.
You've got a crack at the former Marine prior to that out at the Cape Cod Coliseum.
You know, I'd give anything in the world to get my hands on him before the Sheik got his hands on him.
You're going to do it.
Because after the Sheik gets his hands on you, boy, or after I get my hands on you, ain't nobody going to want you anymore. We're going to make mincemeat out of you, boy. We're going to make dog meat out of you. We're going to beat you up so bad. And you're talking about combat boots in Vietnam. I never seen a soldier in my life while I was in Vietnam wear steel-toed combat boots, you idiot. It rains a lot there. You're a goof. You ain't got everything upstairs. But Cape Cod, wherever that is.
Well, the Hulk video is a little bit different. That's still owned by WWE, so it's copyrighted. This is from Defunct Promotions. They're no longer there, so I'm free to use them.
I'll get there.
You know, I've got a good friend of mine who lives out there.
I don't care if your whole family lives there. I don't care if your mama lives there. I don't care if your daddy and your mama lives there together. I don't care if your mama lives with another man there. I want Sergeant Slaughter there. And I don't care if you bring your mama with you, Sergeant Slaughter. I'll slap her like a dog. And I don't care if you bring your daddy. I'll beat him like a dog. Now, see, I just don't care. You know what I mean?
I believe there's an
attitude problem. Now, bring your family with you.
Yes.
I believe you got the problem.
I don't have
You look like you got a problem. You're getting thin on the head. You're ugly. I don't like you. You got a bad, manners. You and Sarge might be kin. You both might be from Cape Cod. So just bring the whole family and line them up, because I'd like to slap about 15 or 20 of them plumb silly after I get through with you, Sergeant Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Dr. David Schultz, outspoken.
You're welcome.
Big day.
Yeah, we're going to get some mints back up here. Let's do the Coco Beware one.
There was with.
Now, I think the backstory behind this one is backstage he called him some sort of word, and, well...
Randy Hales at ringside in Louisville Gardens in Louisville, Kentucky, and...
I've never met David Schultz before.
Buddy Landell picked up with the aid of Dundee that belt from Coco. Okay, Davey.
All right, this is going to be a one-fall, 15-minute time limit match. Introducing from parts unknown at 208 pounds, the Masked Patriot. And going against him from Union City, Tennessee, 222 pounds, Coco Ware. This match will be one fall, 15-minute time limit. Referee Jerry Calhoun.
Bell time. We're off and running with the Masked Patriot. First look at him going against Coco Ware. And Coco kind of going at it. Woo! Boy, he is pounding and swinging. But
see, he sold that kind of wrong. You see, Coco didn't really hit him that hard, but he's supposed to lean into it. He's not supposed to take it full force. So by that time, as a result, he's pretty much knocked out. Let me show you this again.
boy, he is pounding and swinging. Good night. He is clubbing away. Caught him with a clothesline.
He's already knocked out, so it doesn't make a difference.
Ware
but he's going to get that match out.
Ripping the Masked Patriot apart. He really jumped on him, Davey.
I don't know if Coco was able to see any of that tape or not, but if he was, it had to inspire him to come out here and go to
really.
Oh, boy, he is really working on the Patriot. Top of the boot to the back. Patriot
now he's pissed.
Trying to hang on to the ropes, and Coco right there, jumping up and down on him.
Coco Ware, I guess, is fired up and going as we have ever seen him. With the Patriot.
Coco was always strong. I don't know what happened here. Hold on.
Oh, there was with Randy. He dropped.
Let me put this back up here. Let me just show you the strength of Coco. I mean, now it takes a lot of strength to do a type of brainbuster like this here.
Coco Ware, I guess, is fired up and going as we have ever seen him. With the Patriot. He drives him down into the mat. And that's going to be it. 1, 2, 3. Not much of a contest.
Not even close.
Coco Ware.
Yeah, I think he said something to him in the back in order to... I would like to show the Sid Vicious one, but that one's copyrighted. This stuff is old Memphis TV shit, so... all stuff out. The Hawk and Animal stuff is Mid-Atlantic Wrestling, so that's going to be WWE. But all this stuff is defunct. This is just local yokel stuff. Like I said, Coco was strong. I mean, he could pick up some big guys. I seen him... I watched that. I actually watched the event where he went and picked up Iron Mike Sharp. Now Iron Mike Sharp, he was a huge guy. He was like 6'6", 300 pounds, and he hit him with a brain buster. I went to a ton of local events. That's what you used to do back in the day, Andrew. I mean, you only had to pay like $5 in order to get in. And, I mean, you got 2 hours of wrestling. You had money left for popcorn. You always had the best seats. And, the good thing about local shows is, if you went to a WWE show, what do you end up paying? Like $80 or $90? And you end up, you get nosebleed seats. You go to a local show, you're probably going to get a front seat, and you can see some of the wrestlers that are not wrestling in the... I mean, up close, you could see someone like Ryback. You could see people from AEW. You could see Jericho, whenever they were in between jobs and stuff. So it's a good way to meet people. Like, Xavier Woods, right? I used to go and watch him. He used to work for the World Wrestling Council. And I would go to their shows and see him. Or, R-Truth on the WWE. He used to wrestle for American Pro Wrestling. So you would actually get to see him on, I can go down to South Carolina and, I could see all of his shit. So, yeah, it's good. If you really want to see some of the athletes and you don't have any money or anything like that, and you still want to see all the professional wrestlers. I never saw Bruiser Brody live. I only saw him on TV as a kid. The guy that killed him in Vader 3, he better not go to Japan because they still got a hit record on him. I mean, literally, if he ended up in Japan, I don't know whether he's alive or not. Yeah, R-Truth used to. I don't know if he's alive or not. If he is, he wouldn't want to go to Japan. Yeah, R-Truth was awesome. Whenever he was wrestling for American Pro Wrestling, he went under the name K-Quick instead. So at American Pro Wrestling, he was known as K-Quick. There was AJ Styles was also there as well, but he had much shorter hair. He was a job. So you can see a lot of these athletes at the time, but he went by K-Quick, and all the time I would see him go up. He used to wrestle a bunch against a guy went by Mack Truck at the time, and he also went by. There was another wrestler by the name of Cruiser Lewis. Cruiser Lewis is a local around here in South Carolina. He doesn't wrestle anymore whatsoever. So if you really want to watch and you want to get up close to the wrestlers, then it's good to actually see that. Who owns the Heroes of Wrestling? It's a defunct company like what's the name of it? It starts with an F. Let me look it up. I know it starts with an F. Yeah, False Stone Productions. Bill Stone. Yeah. That's one of Bill Stone's promotions. But the wrestlers were shit. I mean, it was not worth going and watching. Well, no, this is a different Mack Truck. This was a tall white guy. He looked like a cheap version of Kevin Nash. That would be the best way to describe it. Cruiser Lewis was fat and stubby, but both of them were great wrestlers, Mack Truck, I mean, they could have legitimately made it into WWE. Both of them. They were great wrestlers. WWE would have cleaned up their images and stuff and made them look better. But, it's like sometimes people just don't have that mentality to get, just to move forward. They just wanted to stay local, take care of their families. They had jobs and stuff, So, who knows what could have came? They could have been in the WWE or Ring of Honor or so. There's a lot of guys out there like that. Let's go ahead and review one more video. So let me see what else is here. I'm going to refresh this. I just needed to get a couple mints for you guys because someone was saying boring, boring. I'm like, believe me, I can always come up with some stuff. So...
Last but not least,
this is one Joel did here, so.
These Cheetos Smoky Ghost Pepper Puffs. Ah, there we go. Gotta get me some water with this one, boy. Last but not least, these Cheetos Smoky Ghost Pepper Puffs. Ah, here we go. Gotta get me some water with this one, boy. Last but not least.
But yeah, one thing you guys don't know is originally, when I first started this channel, this was going to be a wrestling channel, where I was going to discuss wrestling commentary. But I changed the format since then. I had to change my mind on this. Let's see what we got here.
You know who this is, but did you know? Everywhere Muammar Gaddafi traveled to, he was surrounded by his all-female bodyguards, also known as the Revolutionary Nuns. According to Al Arabiya, it was estimated that they were numbered around 400.
Serratus, we already reviewed the Christmas party. In fact, we played that in full. That was about 2 weeks ago.
Libya's late dictator Muammar Gaddafi.
Dick Murdoch was a Klans member, quick pump, so no. He actually, there's a story to where he actually took Dusty Rhodes to a Klan meeting.
He seized power in 1969 and published his Green Book in 1975, which said it presented the ultimate solution to the problem of the proper instrument of government. He also wrote about gender roles and women, and he stated, to ignore natural differences between men and women and to mix their roles is an absolute uncivilized attitude, hostile to the laws of nature, destructive to human life, and a genuine cause of the wretchedness of human social life. Gaddafi claimed to advocate for women.
Muammar Gaddafi's main compound in central Tripoli. But this was a dormitory where women lived. Makeup, lingerie, colorful and modern frocks and jackets, and dozens of pairs of designer boots and shoes. The dormitory was secured by locked gates, the women essentially prisoners.
There were even medical records found here for female patients.
Amira, who had resigned from her post before the uprising began, had said that the job of being Gaddafi's bodyguards attracted poor women who had no other source of income available to them.
Others said that they were coerced into joining, but Gaddafi was convinced.
All my people with me, they love me all.
I'm sure you know who this is, but did you know?
Well, you know the movie The Dictator, a lot of that was based upon Gaddafi, but yes, he had some female bodyguards that he was known for. The reason being is because, you know, no one would suspect that they were actually bodyguards. Whenever it comes to bodyguards, people are looking for big guys like me, for example, but they wouldn't expect a woman to be a bodyguard. So that, and he wanted to look cool too, so...
I'm sure you know who this is, but...
Let me see here...
God, that's clinging to the parachute. Yeah! Woo! Give me a hug, dude.
Well, Zach, that's why I was saying I was going to split some live streams up to where it's viewer's choice and then I have pre-screen ones. Because I can actually do more videos nowadays. That is just completely stupid. I don't know why someone would do something like that. This show is going to end at 12:30, folks, because I got a video I wanted to present that someone wanted me to show, which I thought it was a pretty good idea. So, yeah, we'll do that in just about 15 minutes or so. Well, they have no respect for their own lives. I mean, there's so much stuff that could have just completely screwed up. Yeah, I heard about that. I mean, but this guy was a stuntman. He knew good and well what he was going to be getting into as far as stunts are concerned. So, I mean, if you fuck up once, that's it. And then there was another guy recently. He used to play on buildings and stuff, and he got himself in trouble, and he fell like 50 stories. He was very popular on YouTube and on Instagram. Oh yeah, Travis is alive. I'm talking about another person. But for all the stunts that you actually see, you're going to have a lot more that get seriously injured or killed, That's the world of stunts there. Someone can be professional and do something a million times, but it only takes one time to screw things up. It's no different than racing. When it comes to racing, think about it. Dale Earnhardt, one of the greatest drivers of all time, got bumped, got killed. Scott Braden, tire blew, hit the wall at 230 miles an hour. Vince, have you ever known a hot woman that drove in a car completely naked? I've seen that before. I've seen women just drive naked. I've also seen women give blowjobs to guys while they're driving. I've seen that a couple times there. So that's, if you're on this planet long enough, you'll see stuff like that. Houdini didn't so much as die from a punch. He probably already had an injury, Andrew, and the punch just aggravated whatever injury he had. So I wouldn't call that so much of a stunt. I mean, it's just ironic that he would pass away that way. That, and he did not seek medical attention when he needed to. Otherwise, he would have been around for a couple more years. But that's what I say about life, in other words. Yeah, but Zach, in order for a lung to be punctured, he probably already had some broken ribs to begin with. But I'm just suspecting it. You have to understand all these stories that were back in the 20s and 10s. There's a lot of stuff that's left out. I would surmise that Houdini had some broken ribs, and once a guy punched it, one of those broken parts of the rib just went into his lung. But folks, stick around, because here comes the presentation. I know we were on our last live stream, we were discussing commercials and everything about those home gym machines. So I said on my last live stream that I would start playing some of those infomercials. I'm going to play the granddaddy of all of them, which is going to be the Solo Flex one. So let me shrink this up a little bit. There we go. You'll like this one here. This here is going to be an example. I couldn't beat Bruce Lee in a fight. Come on. So this is the commercial that pretty much started it all. And I want you to listen and see to everything. This is what true marketing is all about. I've had Total Gyms for years. I think it's a good investment. But let's begin.
There's a promise we all made to ourselves a long time ago. But not many of us kept it. There was never enough time, never the right equipment. In the end, we tried to forget about it, concentrate on other things, and above all else, make sure we kept our shirt on. Actually, it's not such a hard promise to keep. Not anymore. All you need are three things: knowledge, desire, and the right equipment. In the next 20...
Now, in case your guys are wondering, the original SoloFlex machines had wooden benches, and then they later changed it on, so it's the right one.
In minutes or so, we will take you through what amounts to a college weightlifting class. It is designed to give you a balanced, properly proportioned muscularity and a stronger heart. It will require about 30 minutes of your time, 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. It will also require the right equipment. This is SoloFlex, a revolutionary machine you can use at home. It combines all the safety features of the more expensive health club machines with the benefits of the more traditional free weights. Those barbells, pulleys, weights, and assorted racks. Essentially, SoloFlex doesn't do anything new. It just does it all better. The SoloFlex weight straps take the place of those dangerous metal plates and come in 5, 10, 25, and 50-pound sizes. They're stacked and loaded in the same manner as metal plates, only at the back of the machine, instead of at the ends of the barbell. These new straps were engineered exclusively for SoloFlex by the Gates Learjet Company, world leader in elastomer technology. They provide an ideal resistance when incorporated into traditional iron pumping exercises. Elastomers give a fast, smooth pump, delivering strength and size gains equal, if not superior, to iron plates. The weight straps themselves carry the same 10-year unconditional warranty as the rest of the machine. If you're tough enough to wear them out, we'll replace them, free. Assuming you have the right equipment, what next? How do you go about transforming that body of yours into the body of a classic gymnast? You'll perform 6 exercises every workout. Each exercise will work a large muscle group in the following order: stomach, chest, back, arms, and legs. It's always a good idea to do a little stretching first to make sure you keep
watching,
flexibility.
you'll see.
In a way, learning to lift weights is like learning to play the piano or learning to type. It takes a while for your brain to program your muscles the proper way to move. So spend the first 2 weeks concentrating on form. This is critical because basically your muscles are creatures of habit. They'll listen to your brain in the beginning because they don't know what's expected of them. But the minute the brain stops communicating, they take the last message as gospel.
No, I didn't have
repeat
one.
it over and over, whether it's right or not. And the more they repeat it, the more convinced they are it is right. And if you try to do too much too fast, your muscles will just assume the brain is out to get them, and they'll want nothing to do with the whole program. So take it slow and watch what you're doing. Okay, it's Monday, the beginning of the week, and the beginning of a revolution as far as your body is concerned. The first place that revolution is going to strike is the stomach. The attack is made with an inclined sit-up. When first starting, you won't need much of an incline. Hook your toes under the ring pin. Bend your knees so that you're sitting on the leather pad. You want to curl yourself up using your stomach. Don't try to keep your back straight and leverage yourself up. Depending on what kind of shape you're in, you may want to start with only 10 to 12 repetitions. But it won't take long before you're up to 20, then 50 repetitions. With this particular exercise, 1 set is all that's required. You don't want big stomach muscles. You want them strong and tight. After a few weeks, when you've established your endurance, do the incline sit-up until the muscles burn, and you'll get a nice washboard stomach. Okay, before we go to the next exercise, a 1-minute breather, but only 1 minute. That's the key to cardiovascular fitness. 1 minute between exercises, 30 seconds between sets. As it works out, that's a perfect interval if you want to go through this routine with a friend on the same machine. Now, while women may very well be man's equal, the one thing the sexes don't share is the same set of hormones, and a woman's body will respond to exercise a bit differently. While it may tone quickly and firm quickly, it doesn't grow quite as quickly or easily. So unless you're looking for big muscles, there's no reason to worry about working with the same intensity as your male counterpart. But if you are after muscle growth, you're going to have to work even harder. The second exercise for women is also for the lower abdomen and thighs. It's called the leg bend. Keep the legs together, toes pointed. Bring the legs up into the chest, then extend them straight out, parallel with the ground. Again, start with 12 reps and work your way up to 20 or 50. 1 set only, please. Next up for men, the chest. With the bench press, you want to set the lever arm so that you have to squeeze into position. That's not because we want to make life difficult, but we want positive resistance from the very start of the press. No slack. Keep your elbows back and make the chest muscles do the work, not the arms. Press it up slowly. Now you will notice with the solo flex that the bar tends to float, forcing your weak side to pull its own weight, or push it in this case. This is essential if you are to develop body symmetry. Many of the more expensive health club machines have now split their weight racks to allow each side to work independent of one another. This was the advantage free weights had over machines. When you work your way up to more than one set, vary your grip selection slightly with each set. Basically, you want your hands a shoulder width apart. But by varying your grip, you will be able to isolate a slightly different spot on your pectoral muscles. And with practice, you'll learn to recognize...
Andy, we'll hold off. We'll answer the questions once the video ends.
What grip works what section hardest. Again, for the first 2 weeks, do just 1 set of each exercise. The second 2 weeks, 2 sets. After those first 4 weeks, move up to 3 sets. If all you're interested in is a basic toning, you really don't have to do any more sets than you feel like. However, if you want muscle growth, you're going to have to work to failure. You're going to have to keep doing that 3rd set until you reach failure, until you simply can't do it anymore. When you overload the muscles, they respond by getting bigger, stronger. When you find you can do all 12 reps on the 3rd set of a given exercise, it's time to increase the weight. The basic motto, no pain, no gain. The bench press is also an excellent way for women to tone and lift the bust line. While the men may want to do 12 reps on this one, women will want to pick a lighter weight and do 15 or 20 reps, working up to 3 sets. For men, the 3rd exercise is the lat pull-down bicep curl. This combination exercise focuses on building symmetry between the biceps, shoulders, and the lats. Those muscles on the sides of your back that give you the distinctive V shape. Keep the elbows in, your hands close together. Women, same thing. Only less weight. More reps. 15 to 20. If you've never lifted weights before, the next exercise, an overhead press from behind the neck, can be something less than comfortable. But it is a primary exercise, an important one, that develops your rear deltoids, the muscles on the back side of your shoulders. Keep your grip wide. The wider it is, the more it isolates the shoulder caps. Press it straight up, and let it come all the way down. Same for women. This next exercise is called the tricep pushdown. The triceps make up roughly 3/4 of the upper arm mass, and they can grow like crazy. If you haven't lifted weights before, you can easily quadruple the weight used in this exercise in the first month. It's easy to cheat on this one. Don't. Keep your hands close together, your elbows in tight. If you don't keep your elbows in, you won't isolate the triceps, and your lower chest muscles will get in on the act. The last exercise for men in this Monday routine is the leg press. You always want to wear non-skid shoes doing leg exercises. Lay on your back, put your feet on the lever arm about a shoulder's width apart. The closer you move into the main frame, the more you're going to work the thigh bicep area or hamstrings. Get as much extension as you can. This one will make you sore, no question. But as we said earlier, no pain, no gain. Women wrap up the first day with frontal squats. Let the bar ride on the shoulders. You don't need much weight, but it's an excellent thigh toner. Okay, you worked Monday, you took Tuesday off to let those muscles recover and grow. Now it's Wednesday, and you're ready to go at it again. Once again, begin with the stomach and the Roman chair sit-up. Use the ring pin to hook your toes on. The range of motion in this exercise should take you something more than parallel with the floor, but not much. Remember, with the stomach, it's always one long set, no more. Next, to the chest. For a slight variation on Wednesday, we use the incline bench press. Again, keep your grip wide, elbows back. Make your chest muscles do the work, not the arms. Now to the back and the dorsal bar pull down. In effect, it goes through the same range of motion as the lat pull down, working the upper back and lats from a slightly different perspective. Make sure your head is tilted forward on the downstroke. The next exercise is the military press to develop the shoulders, upper chest, and triceps. The closer your grip, the more you work the triceps. The wider your grip, the more you work the shoulders. Be sure to keep the back straight. On to the tricep extension. Grip the bar about 1 thumb space out from the center. Get a good stretch at the beginning of each repetition. This is for the triceps, but you also feel the shoulder muscles come into play, and to a lesser extent, the lats. Keep those elbows in. Men wrap up the day with squats. Position yourself under the bar as if it were a free weight. Keep the back arched, head up, and lift with the legs. This exercise isolates the heart as well as your legs. With 1 set of heavy squats, you'll burn up as much oxygen as you would in a 100-yard dash. After this one, you'll be ready to call it quits for the day. Women find Wednesday much the same as the men, starting with the Roman chair sit-ups, then to the leg bends, on to the incline bench press, and conclude with the squats. For both sexes, the last day of the week is the toughest, and the first exercise is the most exotic. Called the vertical sit-up, it is actually quite easy to get into position.
This was the very first video, but a lot of people got injured on it, so subsequent models after that, it didn't show this particular exercise, but you could still perform it.
And an excellent exercise for stretching. Curl up slow and easy. Don't cheat by swinging. Exaggerated swinging can tip the machine. 1 long set is all you need here for an intense attack on the old abdominals. The next exercise is the dip. With this machine, just slip the dip bar into place. Your body weight will hold it in position. Slowly raise yourself up and lower yourself back down. The dip station works the whole upper body, the shoulders, triceps and hits especially hard on the lower pecs. It's tough. And you probably won't get 12 reps the first time out. No matter, after your first 4 weeks, do 3 sets regardless of how few reps in each one. Remember, you rest 30 seconds between sets. 1 minute between each exercise. If you run out of strength, take a bit longer. More likely, you'll first come up short on endurance. Next come the chins, also devoted to men. When you can do 3 sets of 12 reps on this one, you've arrived. Each set should be done a bit differently. First set, face away from mainframe. Wide grip, pull up from behind the neck. A killer. Next, facing the mainframe, 1 set with shoulder width grip, overhand. Last, 1 set with close grip, underhand. Also not easy. This works the arms, the back, chest, even the stomach. Do all 3 sets, even if you can't complete 12 reps in each. You will, sooner or later. All right, here comes exercise number 4, upright rowing. This develops the trapezius muscles, which run from your neck to your shoulders. Form is everything here. Begin with a light weight and work up slowly. It stops hurting after the first set. Keep your grip close. The next exercise is called the donkey press. In the past, the only way you could really reach these muscles and isolate them was to bend over and have a bunch of guys jump on your back. Today, it's a little less chummy, but more effective. Targets in question are the calf muscles and the hamstrings. The donkey press begins with no movement whatsoever. With your feet shoulder width apart, you let the weight stretch the hamstrings. To relax is to hurt in this position. After holding the stretch for 30 seconds or so, begin bombing the calf muscles. The typical calf muscle has about 3 times as much muscle fiber per square inch as the bicep. About the only muscle group this dense is the jaw, and it's nearly as difficult to develop. Don't give up. There's just one more. The frontal squat. It isolates the lower quads, just above the kneecaps. It resembles the squat thrust routine of a lineman. Move in close to the lever arm, letting it rest on your shoulders, not the biceps. Keep your back arched and push up, leaning in toward the mainframe. Friday is tough, and the women don't get off much easier. Start with a vertical sit-up, then the leg bends, to the bench press, the lat pull down.
Yeah, KCB. Like I said, in the this is the very first commercial. In fact, this is one of the very first infomercials that ever came out, actually. Advertising was cheap and everything. But yeah, a number of the exercises are people got injured and subsequently you don't see them again advertised.
Press from the back of the neck and polish it off with a leg press. Now you've got 2 days off and time to appreciate what you've accomplished. As we said, you won't sculpt yourself a new body overnight. Everyone has to serve an apprenticeship period. But you'll begin to notice a difference within as little as 2 weeks. And you'll see major changes in 4 to 6 months. In a year, you'll possess that body you've always promised yourself. The only question will be, with a promise that important, why you waited so long to fulfill it.
So what did you think, guys? I know someone wanted me to mention the home gyms, but that one was the original one. That's pretty much what started it all. Yeah, that is possible. But think about it for a minute, folks. You know, in the 80s, a lot of people were getting out of shape. And, you know, when they came around, I mean, that machine is still getting people in shape. I mean, in fact, the SoloFlex is actually still sold to this day, actually. I mean, they still literally sell the SoloFlex. But we got that one ended quicker than 12:30. So if y'all got any other questions, go ahead and ask me before we close out at 12:30. If y'all want to put in some money into the collection plate, just let me know. Well, put some money in the collection plate if you wish to. How would I mean, he's a nice looking guy, but by this time he's in from what I understand, he's probably still in pretty good shape, but that guy was a model. He's probably in his 60s or 70s by now. But I knew that question was coming, just to let you know. But, you know, just think about it for a minute. You know, this commercial, I mean, this was one of the first infomercials. And this used to play around midnight, 1 o'clock a.m., and stuff like that when there was no TV time. So they got the TV time cheap, you know. I mean, they would play a 30-second commercial during the daytime, but when it was nighttime, whenever things went off air, you know, you would see that SoloFlex commercial. But that's how you're supposed to do it. I mean, literally speaking, in 20 minutes, you're learning, you're basically, in like 20 minutes, you're being taught how to actually work out and exercise. You get some information on, you know, your muscle groups and everything. All in an infomercial. An infomercial that is informative. That's what an infomercial is about. They weren't just selling a product. They were giving you a lesson in working out and a lesson in anatomy. Well, the machines are solid steel, Andrew. Like I said, they'll definitely last a lifetime. They don't come with wooden boards anymore. I'm sure you can probably get one, but it would probably cost you extra. That guy, this commercial was on all the time because it was actually one of the first infomercials ever. Yeah, I would agree with that there, KCB. I mean, it isn't a perfect machine. Otherwise, it would continue to sell. But it was still a good machine at the time. And probably you could still get a good workout. But yeah, if you wanted to get a SoloFlex, I think they're about $2,000. Let me see. How much would a SoloFlex machine run? Maybe they don't sell them anymore. Oh man, SoloFlex went out of business on April 29th of this year. I did not know that. So SoloFlex is out of business. They've shut down operations. They've closed up their Shopify store. So they stopped. I guess there's no more. They've shut down operations. It's gone. Well, they went 45 years. 45 years isn't too bad, you know. But like I said, that's the thing about being the first, you know. And the product was never modified. I mean, the product was exactly the same as when it came out 40 years ago. But chances are it just got too expensive to produce. Well, yes and no on that. Remember, this is home equipment. It isn't the same as, you know, gym equipment or anything like that. It's just that, simply put, better machines came along for, you know, and the cost probably just to produce this machine just increasingly got expensive because it never changed the formula. It was solid steel. So, and I think last time, I think it was running a little over $2,000. And at this point in time, for $2,000, you can have a complete weight system, cardio, and everything. Oh, what did YouTube send me? Uh-oh. Oh, well, I'll fix it later. A lot of content to clean out of the video afterwards. No, I didn't see your push-up challenge, Lamar. Who were you challenging? You'll have to tell me about that. Hey, Andrew, these things ain't no joke or anything, you know. Remember when Vegan Gains got a 7-day ban? And he actually erases his videos afterwards for copyrighted content. Some of the stuff I can play and I won't have any problems with it because I can mitigate it. But other things, The mock video was a little different. I could have played it, but the guy that owns a company was a dickhole. So, complete asshole. I just didn't want to fool with him. You're challenging me to a 20. I can easily do 20 push-ups. I can do 100. I can easily do like 100 push-ups. Even in my decrepit state, you know, yeah, I can do those push-ups. It would, if I'm going to do a challenge, it would be at least 100. Well, the Soloflex is a pretty safe machine, or was a safe machine. So you definitely wouldn't get hurt. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I use a total trainer machine. And that's just to keep from getting hurt. You know, when I use a home gym, I'm going to be working out by myself. So I want to make sure I stay safe, and I still want to make sure I stay in. I still want to make sure that you know, I'm not getting injured all over the place. If I get injured, if I'm going to get injured, I want it to happen in a gym instead of by myself. You know, I might get in a position to where, you know, I can get seriously injured because someone won't be able to get the weight off of me, for example. Well, I can't show it tonight, that guy. So, but I mean, I'll always be able to do push-ups no matter what age. It's not just the strength; it's just the mentality that, you know, it's something I've done a bunch. I think it's a good investment for someone that has very little space. I mean, you're not going to become a bodybuilder on it. And, you know, I still love going to the gym. But if you can't get to the gym or if you just need to stay in some regular shape, I think it's a good investment. I mean, there's hardly a home gym out there, Zach, that I don't really like. There's a few I definitely don't like. So, I better go ahead and get in the me. Soul pole. That's right. Soul pole. Soul finger. Yes, indeed. I like the Russian stems, Zach. I've used them before. They're great machines. Bruce Lee used one himself. It's never coming back, Andrew. The only way you're going to get a Soloflex apparently is in a garage sale or something. But it stood the test. I mean, they're solid steel, so not much can happen to them. And you could still get the bands. Other companies produce them. I wanted to show y'all guys that video, but I didn't know the company closed up in April. That's news to me. You know what they should do? They should at least sell the t-shirts. Are women that are chested? Oh yeah, women are creatures of habit. They're always going to be jealous of each other. If someone has bigger hooters than the other, then yeah, they're going to be jealous of it. Sean G would have done okay on the Soloflex, but he likes calisthenics. But he would have a lot more muscle if he used the Soloflex because it's a weightlifting machine. Calisthenics is fine, but you're not pulling any weight or anything. Hey, Pugman. Yep, I wanted to make sure I played the Soloflex video, but I'm going to close it out in about 4 minutes. But I'll probably do I'll probably start splitting up some live streams, or not splitting it up, just extending it to where a particular show would be 2 hours and a straight Q&A. And another one, for example, would be gaming and stuff. But we're going to do a lot more streaming. Oh, yeah, I went to the movies to see all of them, Zach. I saw Back to the Future at the movies when I was like 8 years old. Saw Back to the Future 2 and 3. The hardest thing as a kid, you have to understand the next Back to the Future didn't come out for a couple of years. So when you have those to be continued things, you get kind of irritated as a kid, like, my God, when is this thing going to come out? And it took years before it came out. So, are you talking about the Bowflexes? Yeah, they'll lose resistance eventually, but they have a lifetime warranty. Nautilus will actually replace the composite bands for you at no cost. They'll even pay for the shipping. So if you do wear out the bands on a Bowflex, they'll replace them. I bet you guys didn't even know that. Yeah, they'll replace the bows if you break them or if they lose their resistance. Okay, Lamar, I'll check out the video, but I mean I can easily do 20 push-ups. I can tell you if it's just a 20 push-up challenge. I may even just do diamonds, in fact. No, I wouldn't want to time travel. If you travel back in time, you affect history. You travel into the future, you're not going to know what's going to happen in the past. Plus, you would be away. I mean, you travel in the future, all your friends and your family are going to be dead. So you're going to be coming into a world that you don't even know. So it wouldn't make sense for me to go into the future. I definitely wouldn't go into the past. Can be very dangerous. I mean, let's say I go back to 1950, you know. I'd have to avoid getting hung from a tree and I would have to drink from a colored water fountain. So why in the hell would I go back in the past? But folks, it is 12:30. I want to thank Howard. I want to thank Richard Gaines. I want to thank Haha. I want to thank everyone else for showing up. I want to thank Bootycum. Always want to thank everyone for being here. Especially want to thank Pugman. You always take good care of me, brother. I want to thank everybody else for showing up. Everyone that has donated in the past and present. Hopefully in the future. So tune in to the next episode. I mean, we do have the midnight run, but again, as you guys have noticed, I have done extra videos before during the week. So just look out for that. You just never know when I'll just pop in. But as